Okay. Um,
I got you though, it's fine.
okay. 608. Okay, we're just about ready to start. We're just waiting for a director to come. Thank you very much. Good evening. Welcome to the City of Paris Planning Commission meeting. March 19, 2025. Wow, almost spring, one more day, right? Well, you can tell. Yeah, I know. It's out. We're going to first start off by taking a roll call and then a Pledge of Allegiance. And then we're going to move some items around. Before we even get into that hearing, we're going to move some items around because, well, let's just say there's some technical reasons. Okay. It's a nice way of putting it, right? Okay. So here we have the roll call, and we'll be ready whenever you're ready.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Here.
Commissioner Menez,
Here.
Commissioner Lopez,
Here.
Vice Chair Chively,
Here.
Chair Hammond.
Here. At this time, we move to item 3, the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Jimenez.
Please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. At this time, we do not have any presentations that I know of. So we move on to item 5, the consent calendar. Planning Commission minutes for February 19th, 2025. Are any additions, corrections, deletions? Okay, seeing none, we open it up for public comment on the consent calendar. Does anyone in the audience like to come forward and have a comment on this item? The consent calendar is welcome to come at this time. Close the public comment portion and bring it to a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Moved by Commissioner Lopez,
I can second that.
and seconded by Commissioner Jimenez. I know, almost. I know. I just don't see it. That's why I'm. There we go. Okay.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Now, before we get into the public hearings, we've had a request to move some items. So just so you know, item 6A has requested to be moved down to the 6C position. So we're going to move item 6B, the specific plan amendment and development plan review to 6A. We're going to move conditional use permit and parcel merger. What's the matter with me today? Need more coffee. Merger from C to B. And then item 6A will become 6C. We all got that now? B becomes, this goes back to elementary school. B becomes C, B becomes A, C becomes B, and A becomes C. Wow. Okay. And D remains the same. Okay. So we move on to item 6B. Specific Plan Amendment 22-05375 and Development Plan Review 22-00036. This was continued from the February 19, 2025 meeting. A proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate the construction of a 58,974 square foot industrial building on 4.01 acres, located south of Harley Knox Boulevard and west of Paris Boulevard. Number one, SBA to rezone the project site from commercial zone to light industrial zone within the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. And two, DPR for review of the site plan and building elevations. The requested action is adopt Resolution 24-01, recommending that the City Council adopt the Mitigated Negative Declaration number 2396 and the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, and approve specific Plan Amendment 22-05375 and Development Plan Review 22-00036 to facilitate the construction and operation of a 58,974 square foot industrial building based on the findings contained herein and subject to the conditions of approval. And as we learned from the Planning Commission Academy, is there any ex parte communication, site visits, or ad hoc committee meetings?
I drive by the site often.
I drove by the sites and was at the site, sitting at the site, so very detailed. Mr. Garcia, all yours.
Thank you, Chairman, for that introduction. As mentioned, this is the Brew Harley Knox project. A little bit of background on the project. On February 19th, 2025, the Planning Commission approved the applicant's request to continue the project to today's meeting date, March 19th, 2025, to address the letter from the Lozeo Drury representing the supporters of environmental responsibility, or also known as SAFER, expressing their concerns with the final MND. Since the last meeting, the applicant has resolved their concerns, and consequently, the Lozeo Drury letter has been withdrawn. Here we have a location aerial photo. The project site is highlighted in green, if you will, highlighted also for added reference. We have approved development that's already been completed, some that's under construction, and some that has been approved. So just for added reference, staff decided to reflect that in this site plan. Some of the surrounding uses at this moment, we have the National Retail Transportation Warehouse just to the north. To the west, we have currently vacant but under grading activity for the 3 industrial warehouses. I believe it was the Operon warehouse project. To the east, it is also vacant, but just recently, maybe about 2-3 months ago, you approved a car wash fueling facility with a Jack in the Box in that location. And to the south, we have the existing Home Depot distribution center. Here we just have the same image, just a little zoomed in for added clarification if need be. And we can also go back and reference this image for discussion. Here's a site photo of view south at the subject site along Harley Knox Boulevard. And a very similar image, it's a view southeast from Harley Knox at the same site. There's no other cross streets because it's land, between 2 lots at this moment. With respect to the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan, the applicant's proposing an amendment. Some of the existing land uses to the north, west, and south, we have light industrial, and to the east, we have commercial, and currently the subject site is commercial. The amendment is to rezone the 4.1 acres from commercial to industrial. Some of the findings to support this is that the parcel is surrounded by light industrial, again to the north, west, and south. The site is situated approximately 600 linear feet from the intersection of Paris Boulevard and Harley Knox Boulevard. The current existing industrial buildings will give it limited visibility, meaning not making it so appealing if it were to be commercial. And the site position, again, is surrounded by established approved development. Here is the proposed site plan. The two images that you see at the left and right, or east and west sides of the site plan are snippets of the approved projects already. One is already under construction, which is the one on the left, and the one on the right currently still in development plan check process with building and safety. But just for added reference as far as how the subject site will be in relation to the two approved developed projects. So as mentioned in the staff report, the applicant's proposing a 58,974 square foot industrial building with 64 parking spaces. 10 of those 64 spaces will be EV charging stations, new trash enclosure, an amenity such as an employee break area on the north elevation. Access to the site is via two driveways along Harley Knox. The western driveway will be a right in and right out for automobiles only. And the driveway along the eastern side will also be right in and right out, but only dedicated by trucks. With respect to the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan and the Paris Municipal Code with respect to parking standards, they are all met with a surplus of 24 parking spaces. Here we have the proposed landscape plan. Minimum requirement for landscaping is 12%. The applicant is coming in with 19.21% of native drought tolerant landscaping. Here we have the three-dimensional rendering of the project. Ms. Sylvia, could you be so kind as to pass out the, perfect, thank you. As you can see, the architecture is modern with vertical and horizontal articulation, a usage of large windows. Plant palette consists of different tones of gray and white. In addition to the usage of the brick veneer, which is also on each side of the building, providing symmetry that gives overall interest to the building. Here we have before you the night rendering. It will have wall-mounted lighting shielded downwards with light accent lighting shielding upwards for landscaping. And in addition, there will be somewhat of a halo effect at the entrances of the office, giving further interest to the building at night. Here we have the 2D elevations, the view along Harley Knox. The bottom 2D elevation is the south elevation, which is an internal view. Here we have the western and east elevation, both internal views. With respect to CEQA, a mitigated neck deck was prepared for the project. The M&D was prepared in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. The M&D concluded that all impacts have been reduced to less than significant or have been reduced to below the significant level with the implementation of mitigation measures. During the comment period of the M&D, 8 letters were received to staff. None of these letters raised any additional environmental issues that were not already addressed in the ISM&D. Therefore, staff's recommendation this evening is for the Planning Commission to adopt PC Resolution 24-1, adopting the M&D 2396. Oh, there's 2 ands, sorry, just one and. Approving specific plan amendment 24-05035 and development plan review 22-0036 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions that the Planning Commission may have. We also have the applicant and her development team here this evening to provide further information.
Thank you, sir, as usual.
Thank you.
And if the applicant would like to come forward and make a presentation, it's best to do it now. Thank you, sir. And if you just state your full name and spell your last name for us, for the record.
Sure. This is, I'm Michael Wolfe, W-O-L-F-E. I'm the applicant. The name of the entity is Brew Enterprises. And just so you know, there's not going to be any brewery or any drinking on site. I had a neighbor come up and said, we're really concerned about the driving out of the building. And Brew actually stands for, too much information, but it stands for an acronym to all my three kids' names: Brandy, Rachel, Erica, Wolf. So there'll be no drinking on site, just want to let everyone know. Alfredo did a great job in explaining the site and one of the reasons why I think it should be an industrial site. Up until 2012, it was industrial. And the owner who owned the corner and this site requested it to be commercial, and the city obliged to him. He has since left, and he sold the corner parcel to the Jack in the Box franchisee, and then he sold this site to me for an industrial. So that's kind of the reason why I thought it made sense. It's an infill location within already developed industrial land. We have just right in and right out, no exposure to Paris, which is a commercial corridor. And it's also, as of 2022, the designated truck route for this area. So for many of those reasons, that's why I'd like to see if the council and the commissioners would consider reverting it back to its original zoning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You may want to stay around. Are there any questions for the city and or the applicant at this time? Corrections, things of that nature.
Thank you, Alfredo, for the presentation. I have a quick question for engineering.
Did you have something?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I can just make a quick clarification for the recommendation, it's a recommendation to the city council
Right. Oh, was that,
because of the specific plan amendment.
okay. It wasn't stated the other way on that, at the top, was it? Okay. Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you for engineering. So I know Hardy Knox is a truck route, so the trucks are going to come right in, right out. But how will they make the turn to go back onto the freeway on the 215?
Right, so in our conditions, we state no trucks on Paris and Ramona. So if they can't make a U-turn at Harley Knox and Paris to go back to the Harley Knox interchange, they would have to go through that intersection to Redlands to the east, go
Gotcha.
south from there, and then make their way to Markham or
then
even
go back
south
up.
and go back up to Harley Knox. So they would be avoiding Ramona and Paris.
So just do a giant loop back up to the original Hardy Knox.
Correct, yes.
Got you. Okay, perfect. And then another question for the applicant. You gave a good reason of why the rezone or the zone change, but was there any conversations or like efforts to put commercial or industrial was what you guys were aiming for?
Yeah, that's a good question. Basically, all three corners and possibly all four corners are going to be 3.5 to 4 acre sites, and this is interior of that. They've had a difficult time. They finally have gas stations and C-stores to handle those needs, but we didn't have any interest at all for any kind of commercial
Okay.
interest.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
I was sure I would have more questions, and I do, but I was kind of waiting for others. I do have one first, though. The staff report, and I may be just confused because we kind of switched things around, but the staff report detailed a community benefit by way of a contribution to a local park. Is that still on the a part of this, or is that the only community benefit that is being proposed with this project?
Hi, good afternoon or evening. I'm Deidre McCollister with MIG.
State your full name and spell your last name for us.
Deidre McCollister with MIG. I'm the applicant. I work with Mike Wolf on the project. We did agree to the contribution to a park. He met with the mayor and discussed which contribution was preferred at the time. And so they did agree to that. It's in the conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want a certain, the specific amount?
Oh no, I mean if you'd like for the record, but
I believe it was 100,000. Okay.
it was 176, I think.
176. It was $3 a square foot. Yeah. I don't have it in front of me, so I can't calculate it quick.
Thank you.
Sure. We have our whole team here. We have our architect, our traffic, and environmental. So if you have any questions, we're here.
So is the owner think about any other application or size of the buildings or breaking the building down to a smaller size before they came up with the square footage that they currently have? And, right, 58,974, where they can potentially break it down to smaller warehouse or mom and pop square foot sizes, 10,000 square feet and under, or anything else like that?
Look, Mike, you
Was that in the, under any microscope at all?
Excuse me, it's Mike Wolf again. Yeah, we tried to do that. Over the last few years, Harley Knox we've had to dedicate about 15 feet on the right-of-way. So it got thinner and thinner. And we attempted to do the same thing that we did on the west side, and it just didn't work on this size property. They had a little more acreage to do that and space it. They had 7.2 acres, and we started off at 4.01 acres, and now we're at 3.45 acres with the dedication to the street. So to answer your question, we tried our darndest to get a couple buildings on there, and this was the only one that really worked. It had a lot to do also with access, egress, and the curb cuts on that size of a run.
So apparently, if you look at the traffic patterning on the roads, you can see a lot of the traffic is actually turning northbound on Paris Boulevard. How do you plan on making sure that your drivers are not doing the same?
I'd have to defer to my traffic engineer.
You know the routine, right?
Hi, Perry Ilercil, ILERCIL with Gandini Group. One of the conditions of approval is that they have to have truck route signs, and they have to have it posted and provide to the truckers that there's a designated route for the site, and they can't deviate from those roadways.
Are you going to have that posted in the Breakers Truck Lounge?
Yes, they have to have signs, so.
So it's signed, but where is it going to be posted at? Is there
Posted
a
at the
designated-
driveway, I've been told.
I'm sorry, where?
Posted at the driveway, I've been told.
The driveway is the entrance to the road and exit to the road, or at the trucking docks, or where?
I don't recall specifically where they said the signage should be at this time. I believe most trucks, though, when they exit, they have directions or whatever signs posted when they leave the driveway. So I would take it, and probably inside, they could have a sign too, if that's what you want to condition it. To explain that we are all right turns at this project.
Yeah, right out and right.
Yes.
Or get the, be able to U-turn.
Yeah, you could-
No
you-
U-turn or no right turn or left turn on Paris.
Yeah, if there's not a condition, you could add a condition for that, for wherever you want the sign to be located to.
Okay.
Because they can't turn left. There's a median in front. When the trucks come out of the driveway, there's a median that turns left in front of them, and they can't make that without going over the whole island of the median.
Correct. That's the questions I have for right now.
Okay?
You mentioned You mentioned U-turns at Paris. The trucks of this size won't be able to make a U-turn. And that was noted in the traffic report where we did a truck turning template.
I have another question, or another few. Are there any proposed tenants for this project? Or for this?
I believe it's speculative right now.
At this juncture, it's speculative, but we have been canvassing some of the areas to the west, and I'm in the real estate business as a broker. And that's why I'm pursuing this site, because there's going to be a demand for this size building coming eastward. So at this point, there is nothing, but there are a number of requirements that are looking in the area. Of course, they're looking at more immediate timeframes, so I'm hoping that trend will continue.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. Are there any plans for, I wasn't able to find it, for implementing any like solar or renewable energy sources to help power the warehouse itself to kind of lower the emissions?
I thought that was part of the, isn't that part of the compliance?
Okay.
I'd have to double check. I thought I saw that. I can't specifically speak to it, though.
I think it was 42,000 square feet in a solar
Oh, okay.
panel system, which,
Thank you.
Did you get your answer response?
yeah, just
Okay.
step up. Okay, that's okay.
Question for engineering. I think from what we read in the report and what we're seeing is trucks are going to have to stay and make that large loop. Do we know an average of how many trucks would be using this kind of building and how many miles it would add, or how much longer trucks would be on Paris streets instead of just being able to exit?
Yeah, so per the project's traffic study, it's stating 23 trucks per day. And that's in and out, so total trucks would be half of that.
Okay.
And mileage, I mean, I don't have that information, but with that loop is probably about a, I don't know, mile and a half long. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Question? Oh,
I do have. For the applicant, did you consider a business park or a different type of setting, not necessarily just industrial, when you were looking at options?
I did, but because it's an infill and it's not on a corner, doesn't have two access points to two different streets, it just didn't pencil out, and I couldn't get a design that would make it work.
Okay, thank you.
oh, okay. Okay. You're probably,
Mine will be quicker. So I'm looking at the engineering department for like the requirements. January 30th, 2024 for one. Public Works was January 26th, 2023. September 27th for community service, 2023. Is it normal that most of these were using things that are that far in the past? Is that average for time frame when we're looking at these approvals? Because some of these are 2 years old, a little over 2 years old.
So from an engineering perspective, typically the studies are good for, on average, about 2 years. So within that time frame, all the studies would remain the same and conditions could be made accordingly at that point. I can't speak for the other departments, but that's typically what's needed for engineering, 2 years. And then after that, you know, things have changed and you'd have to redo the study, redo everything. So typically 2 years within that window, we would be okay with it.
Okay, and when we looked at this, were the other developments approved? So when we did this study in 2024 for engineering, that was last year, was that development to, I think it's the west, I'm all directionally challenged today. The 3 little new developments, were those already
So it would be factored in.
They were
even-
factored in?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So it would either be part of the cumulative or part of, what was actually built at that time. So for a traffic study, let's say, if it wasn't entitled at that point, it would be in the queue for entitlement. So it would be part of the traffic study cumulative.
And from the driveway for the trucks, what's the distance between the driveway for the development to the east for the Jack in the Box and all that to the point of the truck driveway or both of these driveways?
So I don't have that distance necessarily, but the traffic study states 750 feet from that easternly most truck driveway to Paris Boulevard. So just kind of guessing, I would think about like 250, 300 feet distance between the two driveways.
Okay. What's the average that we require? Because that's for the trucks, right? Exiting to the right?
Right, so our PVCC, the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan, for an arterial like Harley Knox, you typically calls for 1,300 feet between intersections, driveways, but that's for full access.
Full access,
Full
okay.
access, so left turn movements in, left turn movements out. For right in, right out, that could decrease significantly. There isn't a
have a
threshold
deadline, okay.
necessarily. The only thing that they must comply with is Highway Design Manual, which is 20 feet of full curb and gutter.
Okay,
Everything else is a little subjective.
okay, thank you.
I do recognize the the initial or data that goes into choosing to adopt a mitigated negative declaration. However, I'm curious, was it ever considered to do a full EIR? And how, sorry, how to phrase this? How old is the environmental review that this mitigated negative declaration is working off of? Is it from the original EIR for the PVC CSP, or was it just modeling?
Hi, I'm Bob Prossi with MIG Consulting, and my team worked on the M&D. Last name is P as in Peter, R-A-S-S-E. Project was, it is part of the specific plan, and so there was an EIR that was done for that. And so if you look in that, it's a lot of the analysis is tiered off of that EIR. So most of the projects usually of this size usually don't have as many mitigation measures associated with as this one, but all of the ones that were in the EIR were brought forward and are included in the MND. In terms of this type of project where it's located as an infill, the size, even if it wasn't in within an EIR, projects usually of that size and magnitude, usually they don't meet the threshold for requiring an EIR. They typically, the impacts are less insignificant, and that would be the case with this project as well, mostly. I mean, there's still, obviously have mitigation measures for things like the cultural resources related to the Native American consultation and that sort of thing.
And the EIR, that data, was it that it's working off of? So I know that you're requesting a zone change. Was the EIR done under the assumption that this land would be commercial or industrial? Or
No, it was based on the project that's there. So, I mean, on the project that's proposed, rather.
okay. I have a follow-up question to staff. does this project, since I guess I may be misunderstanding what an infill project is. I was under the assumption that it was something that has been previously studied and it's consistent with the zoning. So just to clarify, this does constitute an infill development, even though it's requesting a zone change?
Yes, it does constitute an infill development.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Question for staff is, the street trees, are they consistent with what is along with excuse me, thinking of my own project, Harley Knox?
Sorry, do you mind repeating the question?
The street trees, are they consistent with the other properties along Harley Knox?
The Operon project to the west, we did have street trees, 36-inch box trees, I believe. I don't recall the species. However, we do take the plant palette that's in the PVC CSP list. So I don't recall off the top of my head if it's the same species, but nonetheless, it does tear off from that list.
Okay, and what about to the east with the newly?
For the Jack in the Box project, it'd be the same.
It is the same.
Correct. Because it's still part of the specific plan.
So would it be safe to say that perhaps we can kind of blend the three properties together since it's along Harley Knox?
We could probably do that for the commercial project to the east because that is just in plan check right now. The Operon project is already in grading stages and we've already approved their on-site and off-site landscape plans. I think it'd be a little unfair, but we could probably work on the off-site and street trees with the commercial project to allow some consistency if you'd like. We could do that as a condition.
Yes, I prefer that. And then
No palm trees, I think Mr. Chairman said no palm trees, right? So-
that's what I'm hoping for.
I did want to ask, because I think I heard two different things. I heard you ask one thing, and I think I heard an answer for something else. Is we already have one that's in grading, it's not fair to them. The other one hasn't started building. So would it be fair to say that we use that first one kind of as the base to continue instead of just these two, and then there's a third one? So kind of using what we had already approved for that first one to kind of set the tone for the
precedence, yeah.
remaining of it.
Oh, I see. So
Yes.
take some of the plant elements from the Operon project
Yes.
to the west and embed them into this project.
And then,
projects.
And
yes.
I don't see why we couldn't do that. Is that?
And same thing with like the uplighting and all that we had, because I think with the Auburn, we had also requested like uplighting because it was on Harley Knox, which is a big street. So kind of using that as a,
Yeah, I believe the Operon was doing uplighting. This project is doing uplighting. We could very well ensure that the commercial project will have uplighting.
so even though it's three different projects, because it's on the same side of the street, there's cohesiveness between the three.
Consistency, I
Yes.
agree.
Okay. Yeah, so I heard you say one thing and I heard the question something else.
Sorry.
That's exactly what I was hoping for, some consistency or a blending of the properties if possible.
Consistency, I think.
Preferably consistency between the three. Now, does Operon have the berm in the front of the property for landscaping?
I don't
We'd like to do the,
They did have 14-foot high walls along Harley Knox, and there was 14-foot high walls along Indian, so there is berming in those areas.
so I
yes.
would hopefully like to provide some storybooking landscaping tiered or in the front so we can increase that, the visual look in the building that's going to look shorter. Then it's 32, it's probably 40 feet tall. off my head, I don't know what it is, but kind of looking sort of shorter so we can get a tiered bermed landscape. I think that would help with the visualization of the building.
Yeah.
Okay. I know you'll probably have some after me. I'm not going to tear you up too badly, so don't worry. One of the things, and this is the city to you, look at your COA number 7. This is real minor stuff. It has February 19th and the COA number 7 for staff. And so that originally we had a February 19th meeting, but now it's March 19th. So I think we're going to need to change that one. And I'm picky because I'm an analyst. I think it's 19% landscaping. There's a difference between 19 and 20, because if you have 19% landscaping, it's beyond the 12, but we just need to be consistent. I think it did say 19, either the staff report or the other, so I think it was 19%. Yeah, landscaping. One of the things too, the only other consideration, and this is not making a discussion about anything at this point, but you're talking about 42,000 square feet of solar panels. I'm assuming that ALUC goes along with this, because that's a lot of things on the roof, and they're going to want to see that one. Because if there's any glare or not, it's going to be kiboshed. So if you're going to have solar panels, and that, even though it's not directly in there, it's still solar panels. And we're not talking 42,000 square feet of solar panel system. And how would that necessarily look? Is that all on top, on the side, or just the generators? I'm not sure what they're talking about when they mentioned that one. So I just would like an explanation of that one.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, a solar glare study was already performed with ALUC and already approved with them. That's about the extension of my knowledge. I can have the applicant, their development team, expand a little bit more upon the conversations they had with ALUC, if you'd like.
Yeah, I just think when I see 42,000 square feet, I don't think they jumped on it. But if it's on the roof, and the Westinghouse, they didn't go on the Westinghouse building. I went up on top of the Westinghouse building, not supposed to. But there were solar panels all on that roofing, and we almost tripped. But there was so many, but it was not in the flight path necessarily. But the glare is the concern.
Correct.
So I haven't seen anything say that they signed off, a letter or something saying they signed off on 42,000 square feet of solar panel. Nothing wrong with solar panels. It's just, are they on the ground? Are they all on top of the roof proposed? I think that was the question. And of course, if they sent it, they sent a letter, not on the phone. They actually sent a letter saying, yeah, this is okay. So do we have that, or is that just something that I just missed?
Have that.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a letter in here from them, but it doesn't specifically say yes. I see that condition number 7 says there's an angle, and if it changes, they have to do a new study. But the letter from ALUC was just like, we received it, these are the conditions, but there isn't anything where they said yes. I was looking for a confirmation.
Yeah, I think that they have it in bold when it says satisfied. But again, I can have the applicant's development team talk a little bit more about it.
Please, because I didn't see the yes.
Hi, I'm Deidre McAllister. Yeah, when the project started, one of the things we do right off the bat is we go to ALUC to make sure that the project is going to be approved. We have to give them all the plans. So they got a roof plan too. We actually went to a hearing at Riverside County for this airport land use. They've approved that as we submitted it here to the city. It's also been approved by the FAA. The FAA doesn't ask for a roof plan, but they do ask for heights and a lot of other things. And when we go to actually construct this building, we will have to go back to the FAA again, and they might ask for a roof plan or whatever. But there are, in the ALUC package, are conditions, but there's also like a tenant stipulation. There's conditions for the solar in there. I would have to go look through my packet, but to be able to send it to you. I don't have it with me right now.
Especially, and the main reason I asked that is because you're talking about a spec building. So you don't have the tenant, and that tenant's going to have to be committed to it.
And
That is a major concern.
Well, in the tenant, in the package is the tenant notice that you have to disclose everything. And the tenant isn't the one that builds it though. The developer, Mike Wolf, would build the building,
And put the panels on.
put the panels on. with this SCE and whatever else, all the conditions that have to go with that.
Okay.
And the tenants just in the building that would occupy it.
Okay, so in essence, they did a general approval, but they haven't seen the actual, how this would go on the roof and how they would be tinted to where it would be going, facing the planes that are coming. In other words, a schematic design of the roof with the panels on it?
Right. It's no glare. There's all kinds, the conditions stated that.
No, I'm just saying, there's nothing to show this actual, what it looks like on the roof.
If I can just interrupt. So when projects go to ALAC, they take a look at the light and glare that would be projected from the solar panels. So they have reviewed this project and they have determined that what's being proposed for this project, which is a solar system of 42,000 square feet, would be appropriate or adequate subject to the conditions of approval that were provided by them. And the reason why, and staff make sure that those conditions were included in the packet. And like the applicant indicated, any future owners would be made aware, that's one of the conditions, would be made aware of the conditions from ALAC. But that part of the project, the light and glare from solar panels has been reviewed by ALAC, which would be the agency or that would be able to determine if it would be adequate, if there is glare, or if the solar panels are pointing in the right direction, et cetera.
Okay. That's what we're gonna, if they sign off on it, that's on them.
Well, and it's also Southern California Edison that would you, or if that's your electrical,
Yeah.
they would be working during the building plan check for the roof weight or the glare or whatever has to be done for the size of it. If it's approved, that would all go together with our building plans.
I think that was it for me for now. I think that's it, yeah.
This one is for staff. Do we have any history about the rezoning that the applicant talked about? The history of it going from industrial to commercial and the reason behind that? Do we have any history on that?
I don't know the exact history. I learned that it was light industrial before, but I don't know exactly how it was rezoned to commercial.
That was in the general plan. I think Mike talked about that, the dates of the changes. You want to tell it again? You have that? He wrote down the dates. The original general plan.
Yeah, it was in 2009, it was light industrial. And then when the PVCCP went in, it was in 2012, I believe. And apparently at that time, it was changed. I have a exhibit that I pulled out of your,
That is
if
correct.
you want that.
Yes, that is correct.
Do you need that?
No, that is correct.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
I do have a question for the owner or the applicant. Upon approval here tonight, what's your time frame for submitting drawings to the city and start of construction and completion? Or is it planned to be sold?
I didn't hear the first part, but I think you said, what are my plans with the property?
Basically.
Yeah, basically, I'm going to hold it for Brew. You know who they are. And we're going to lease it.
Okay, so you're building lease.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to go through all the entitlements and such and sell it.
Okay.
It's going to take some time to mature and to be leased up for a while.
Okay. And what's your intentions on start of construction and building planning submission?
Yeah, I think my timing is probably within a few months thereafter of council approval.
Okay, thank
There
you.
are my plans.
I have some confusion about my previous question regarding the environmental impact report. So I don't know if I could have your environmental consult. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Menez, would it be okay for Michael Brown to help address that question?
Yeah, of course. I have confusion and I would like help. So it is my understanding that a mitigated negative declaration essentially forgoes a full-blown EIR for a project. Is this true? Like this?
Yes, that is allowed.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. And then, but earlier when we were speaking, you referenced an EIR. So I guess I'm trying to follow the timeline. When the PV-CCSP was implemented, there was a large EIR conducted. When that environmental review was conducted, it was under the assumption that this plot of land would be commercial and not industrial. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then the environmental review that this is working off of is working off of the assumptions that would be associated with the commercial development rather than industrial?
For this project, for the mitigated negative declaration, which is the document before you tonight, no, it's the analysis of the proposed project, which is a light industrial building.
Okay, but there wasn't any specific like hard, I guess, how do I phrase this? The data that this is running off of is not necessarily as stringent or is not necessarily as thorough as a full environmental impact report would be?
That's incorrect, actually. So the EIR that was prepared for the specific plan was what we would call a programmatic EIR. It didn't get down to the nitty gritty, the nuts and bolts and, all the individual plants of all the individual properties throughout the specific plan area. For one thing, that was a city project, and you can't go on private property and everything. So it's a programmatic document with programmatic analysis and mitigation and everything. As each of the development projects within the specific plan come forward, then project-specific analyses are conducted. That's when they do get down to that fine-tune, analysis and everything. And for this project here, the analysis is supported by a bunch of technical reports: biology, cultural resources, air quality, noise. All of those things are site and project specific based on the proposed light industrial use. So it is evaluating the impact of the project, from the existing conditions of the site, and then the change to the environment associated with the proposed project.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it is.
So everything has been, updated, if you will. There are some tiering off of the specific plan EIR, for example, as the consultant discussed. For example, the air quality impacts of this project do not exceed the South Coast AQMD's thresholds of significance. So therefore, the impacts are less than significant. But because this project is located within the specific plan area, it's subject to the mitigation measures from the specific plan EIR. So whereas if it was a project, maybe same project in another location outside of the specific plan area, there might not be any mitigation measures. But here, because we are subject to the specific plan and the specific plan EIR, all of those applicable mitigation measures are being incorporated into this project. So they have to do more than what might be required elsewhere if it were outside the specific plan area. So that's part of the tiering that was discussed. In the same way that projects can tier off of the EIR for the general plan, for example. There are some issues, for example, mineral resources. There are no mineral resources in the city of Paris that would be mined and things like that. So we can tier off of those previous analyses and dismiss that. But all of the other analyses in this, in the initial study / mitigated neg deck here are project-specific based on the existing conditions of the site and the surrounding area.
Okay. And then a quick follow-up, because I'm following. So then, if that is the case, what further comfort, or I don't know if comfort is the right word, but what further information would we be able to get by doing a full-blown EIR? Because I guess I just would like to know.
Sure. So the process of getting to an EIR, if you will, I'll try to make this really quick for you and everything, but and for everyone here. But you can either just decide, hey, I'm going to do an EIR. Just make it easy. Let's just go that way. Or you can prepare an initial study. That will then go through a whole bunch of items here and everything where you conduct technical analyses and everything, and you determine if the project has the potential to create significant impacts. If it does, then you have to do an EIR. But if all of those issues would be less than significant, I'm not saying no impact, but less than significant, either without or with mitigation, then you do not have to do an EIR. So, for example, in the case of this project, you have a whole bunch of technical studies, you have the initial study analyses, all of that has been reviewed by staff to make sure that we are in agreement with the information there. So, based on the conclusions of the initial study, for one thing, an EIR is not required, but if an EIR was prepared, it would reach the same conclusions. The only thing that's not provided in the initial study that would be in an EIR is an evaluation of alternatives that are required to be looked at to reduce the significant impacts of the project. In this case, we don't have significant and unavoidable impacts, so we're not legally required to then look at alternatives. So once again, an EIR is not required in that sense.
And does an MND account for the cumulative effect of this project?
Yes. Okay. That is one of the specific questions there. So yes, in this case, that's one of the ways that the document does tier off of the specific plan EIR, because if you will, the specific plan EIR is the cumulative analysis for development throughout the specific plan area. So what we can say is, here's what the specific plan EIR concluded: significant and unavoidable impacts for air quality, noise, and traffic. And in this case here, the project has its individual contributions to each of those would not be considerable under CEQA because it follows under that.
I'm so sorry to keep you up here for so many questions, but I really appreciate this.
No,
Another question.
These are good questions.
So the PVCCSP EIR, is that updated each time we do have a zone change amendment? So the cumulative review for this MND is based off of that back original EIR, 13 amendments ago.
It's not just here's what was looked at in the past and we're leaving it at that. It's saying here's what was looked at the past and here's what the updated analysis for this project shows and how do they fit together. So it doesn't just, sort of shove that aside, if you will, or whatever. So,
but it just fits its individual part in that whole, but
Right.
it doesn't necessarily account for the different amendments. Those are kind of to the side. Okay.
Right.
Okay,
right.
I think I'm in understanding. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Sure, thanks.
Got it.
Yeah, we got you to work tonight, right? Anything else?
And now, as I look at the building, I didn't see any downlighting or any lighting on the building. Usually when we have frontal, we have that. Was there any discussion on downlighting? Okay, there, I see it now. Yes. Okay. Yes.
We even got a halo for you.
You know. Thank you.
So my question is for staff and the ALUC condition of uplighting. Is it a conflict if we request uplighting at this building when ALUC requests that uplighting is shielded? Can it be uplighted and only pointed to the building and making sure that it doesn't reflect the light up beyond the parapets. I think it was number 14, I think, of the ALUC condition.
No, the letter. Starts at page 123.
Oh, yeah.
Vice Chair Shively, the only condition I see from ALUC related to lighting is their condition number 8, which indicates that in the event that any glare or flash affecting the safety of air navigation occurs as a result of the project operation, upon notification to the airport operator of an event, the airport operator shall notify the project operator in writing. But it doesn't
Condition
restrict
number
it.
1, any new outdoor lighting that is installed shall be hooded or shielded so as to prevent either the spillage of lumens or reflection into the sky. Outdoor lighting shall be downward facing.
Maybe we can do downward lighting on the
If
buildings?
it's pointed upward, it needs to be at the building, I'm assuming.
right,
So
right.
I think it's a clarification that we need to make, and perhaps, is it actually a conflict that it does point up? Or can we make the inclusion that it can be pointed up if it's shielded on the building?
You can make that request in the condition.
Okay. We're good? We're good? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. That's a good catch. I didn't, hey, look, I usually catch things. I didn't see that one. It can't, okay. Yeah. At this time, we open it up to public comment on this agenda item and this agenda item only. Anyone, I didn't see any blue sheets, so anyone would like to come up to, not willing to, come up to the dais and have a public comment on this agenda. Oh, we do have one. The item, our secretary will read the name and you can just come forward.
Jonathan Daly.
Good evening. Jonathan Daly, Dailey. I'm a proud member of LIUNA Laborers Union. I'm a husband and father. I'm a Marine Corps veteran as well. We're here speaking on behalf of the developer in this project in favor of it. For bigger picture reasons for us, that's jobs, but when you zoom in, that's healthcare. I was guilty of never really focusing on that type of thing. The benefits of my job, I just needed to get paid weekly. This job actually allows me to have my wife be a stay-at-home mom. It's pretty rare in this state, but it's a blessing for her and my son, and for me. So with that, we ask you please, approve this project. It's a great location, zoning it back. It's a smaller industrial building. I've spoken on behalf of these before. They get real big. This is a smaller one. This provides us with a life that, we don't have to travel super far. This is, local hire for us. We live here. It's our members here that don't have to drive to San Diego, LA, super far. We can spend more time at home with our families. That's, our main goal at the end of the day, is to provide for them. So with that, we hope you please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else? Okay. You sure? We don't have any other blue sheets, right? Okay. Thank you very much. At this time, we close the public comment
1 second. Give me 1 second before you close the public comment. I'm trying to verify conditions of approval for fire.
We're going to come back to discussion.
I just want to make sure they're in there.
Yeah, we can make it part of discussion.
They're on page 8,
Yeah.
Commissioner Shively.
We close the public comment, then we can have discussion, so we can come probably bring up these items. And yeah, you might as well stay there.
Okay, I see them. Thank you.
Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. See it, so. Mhm. Mhm. Okay.
Did Alfredo address your question on the fire department
Yeah,
conditions?
so normally Dennis Grubb provides his document on his letterhead. I didn't see his letterhead, but it's actually in the page 8 of the conditions of approval.
Right, it's condition number 56. Yes.
For commissioner discussion, whoever wants to start?
Just want to start off by saying this project does have a lot of great qualities to it. I love the inclusion of the halo lighting around the glass on the corner accents. The dense landscaping in the front along Harley Knox was a great touch. Especially the architecture too. The modern architecture looks really nice. I'm just very sad to see the commercial zoning go. I personally used to work at the Amazon warehouse north of this project site, and this was back in the day. They gave us 30-minute lunches, and that wasn't enough time for us to go down to Ramona Expressway and grab lunch. We just wouldn't make it in time. So keeping that commercial there for those employees in that area would be crucial for them to just grab food real quick during a break or even after work, before work, because there's thousands and thousands of employees in that area every single day that are rotating through the shift. So I think keeping commercial for food, any type of food would be crucial for that area. It's something that we need. I know they're including commercial to the east of the project, but I would like to see more in that area. But I do understand the applicant's reasoning for doing the zone change. It is essentially surrounded by industrial. It's just something that we're missing in that area. Those are my feelings towards the project.
Ditto on the halo lighting. I was going to mention that too. I really like it. I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm newer, but I haven't really seen that effect, and I like it a lot. So I really appreciate that. I agree. I think, we don't have enough, I think we are quickly running out of commercial areas and space in our city, and it does make me sad to see this potentially go. I also have some concerns with the lack of tenant. I do understand that, you say that there are, people, you're speaking with people, but the trend that I'm seeing as somebody living here is we have a lot of empty warehouse spaces. So that makes me very weary. The fact that it's coming in, you don't have a tenant just yet. I also have concerns. Thank you so much for, explaining to me for like 50 minutes the environmental review process and clarifying a lot of things. But one thing that really stuck out to me was I think this would be, if approved, this would be number, 1213, amendment to the PVC CSP, which overwhelmingly has been amendments to, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold, amendments to industrial. And knowing that the cumulative effect of that increase in industrial is not necessarily being accounted for in the environmental review, and therefore the health effects are not being accounted for, as it would affect, people like me who, I drive along that road every single day. I have family that lives nearby. It makes me, it gives me pause, and it makes me wonder if I can make a decision in good faith without having that necessary information to protect the health of our residents. I do understand, though, you're a bit landlocked, although I would have really appreciated maybe if there were reviews or studies done to survey different uses for this area, perhaps medical or other commercial, that would be less affected by the zoning, not the zoning, but by the location of it. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
I want to go with my fellow commissioners have said. I understand it's landlocked, I understand the limitations and the having to give up frontage because Harley Knox is getting bigger. I just don't know if this is the best use for the land. My main concern is also the cumulative impact that it would have. I know it's not a lot of trucks, but it would be more trucks on our roads for more miles traveled because they have to take that big loop. I think that was clear. We say it's Harley Knox, but at the end of the day, going back is not Harley Knox. It's having to go all the way in, all the way down, looping across. And we all live here, so we know that doesn't really happen. So I think that is my concern. And also the environmental. We're having big rigs on the road for longer. And, a car can probably travel those 2 miles pretty quickly. A big rig, if you get every single red light, by the time you rev up, go, slow down, I think the exhaust and just the impact of having so many more. I also really feel the loss of commercial. I think in 2012, if I'm following correctly, we rezoned this to commercial because we probably did another analysis and we're like, whoops, we need commercial. And also having worked in industrial places or places where there's not a place close by. If you have a cold, you can't run down to the pharmacy and pick something up. If you're hungry and you forgot lunch at home, whatever the case is, there's no place nearby there. Jack in the Box is coming, the Beyond Mart, but there isn't healthy options. I think a business park would have been better. I know a lot of these places send you to do your, your drug testing. And so I've seen infills, most of the places where I've visited, my husband drives a big rig. When there's a lot of industrial and there's a place where it's just a quick infill, I've seen where they do things like that, where it's like a fingerprinting place. It's drug analysis, it's those kinds of shops, or even a broker, a tax person. So I think a business park might have been a better fit, especially just thinking about, and I appreciate right in, right out. I appreciate the additional landscaping, the halo lighting, beautiful. The uplighting, the downlighting, like it's a beautiful project. It's the colors. One thing I also would have really liked to see is we have a beautiful picture of the southeast where we see the passenger vehicles is what I'm trying to say. But we don't have a southwest view where we would see the big rigs because that gate will probably still open. So we don't have a southwest view. And that is one of the things we always try to do is hide those big rigs. So it's a beautiful view southeast, but that's not all we're going to see. There's the opposite side that looks like this, but it's roll-up doors, it's big rigs, it's big rig parking. I just, and the plans honestly didn't have a lot. Like I had to really try to imagine a lot just based on what I was reading. I'm feeling very conflicted where I know I understand the limitations, but I also know the needs of our city and what the impact would be in rezoning another commercial plot when we have a need for commercial.
So I think the architecture, I believe the architecture of the building is completely adequate for what the site is and the surroundings. And my concern again is there is very limited access to the site. I'm not sure if, off the top of my head, if there is a turnaround between Indian and Paris Boulevard, if they can actually flip a U along that portion of the road. However, I would definitely like to see smaller buildings there, whether they're more the mom and pop, because on the west side of them are smaller buildings, less than 500,000 square feet. I think I don't recall the size, but they could be 10 to 20,000 square foot buildings. I think much smaller than what's proposed here tonight. I would definitely like to see a business park in that nature, and give the opportunity for City of Paris and residents to actually create some businesses within the City of Paris, creating some additional jobs, whether they be smaller and have access to be able to do lunches and be able to utilize some of the the facilities around it at the corner that's being currently built out. I am not in support of rezoning this. I think if we rezone this, I think it brings us down to approximately 90 acres of commercial buildings from what was potentially 140, I think it was. So another 4 acres gone. So that's my play. And I think if it moves forward, definitely needs to be smaller buildings, smaller warehouse, office type buildings where they could, create a small warehouse for plumbing contractor or maintenance contractor or electrical contractor that can utilize the warehouse space.
Okay. One of the things, this is always a toss-up because I've probably been here, city 34 and a half years. So I've probably seen every possible thing you could see in the city. I have seen. In fact, I'm the longest serving person in the city of Paris, period. So I don't think anybody could say, I remember the before and after, like BC AD, right? Not quite that old, but I'm pretty close to it. Some would say you're really old. Well, one of the things too that I'm going to be real quick because I know we have to take a break pretty soon. One of my concerns, and initial concerns, not just the fact of losing the space, but is that I would prefer a business park, and it will work there. I don't care what they say. A business park could work there, And one of the things about a business park, at least with a business park, you've got some variety. I know they're proposing that across the street, but right now, business park is something that's a little more reasonable to even look at. We're not going to see a commercial shop. This is not zoned for that area. When they did this back then, and I was here back then, the idea is that it would be connected to the corner. And even if there was an open shared easement to come in from the other property into this one, that solves your problem. I just solved it for you, and I'm not even getting paid, right? You go from the Jack in the Box area, you come into this, that solves the problem. Wow, I just did it for $0. Because that at least is an option that you have. It's not saying the option, but that is a potential option. So now you have that commercial coming in from the other one, and you're going straight through to this project. That's one option. Business parks probably is something that we keep giving up the space in the city. And I'm kind of getting to the point where, unless you really absolutely have to have also a warehouse, which I don't see that absolutely have to do it. But I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the design, all that stuff is fine. But I would like the rest of them would prefer to at least look at the potential of a business park. It could be more than one building. It's not going to be one building. It would be several buildings. There's a tremendous need in this area. And if there was a food thing as part of that, it would be part of that other structure on the other side to the east. So now you're connecting the two. And that's the way urban planners think, guys. So you need to connect it to some kind of way, whether it's walking through there. If there was that possibility, that's a possibility that would be worked out. But to me, the business park thing is hard for me to get off because it's really difficult, perplexing because I understand all the arguments, I understand all that, but you know we're facing right now a lot of warehouses, buildings, unless they're in that ALUC zone, which was the first thing I asked. Is that in the flight zone? We're not even having this discussion, but it's not, and there's a reason in 2012 they changed it. This is the reason they wanted to connect that because they were losing properties, you know. In 2000, and I'll stop. 2005, there was a study done, and it said that industrial warehouses were going to be the main thing, and that was 2005. And it was John Houston, who was an economist, said, "This is what you're going to do." I'm like, come on, laughing them off. Guess what? You have the warehouses. This is 20 years ago, right? And I'm just laughing it off because I was planning commission. I'm like, this guy, you know. And he was just shaking his head. It's going to happen. But this was economists that did it. So we're seeing that now. Not saying it's bad, but I mean, you get an overabundance. So I'm just saying that's all I need to really say, other than also it's a spec building. So we're not even sure who might come in there. And assuming that they would come in there, and that's a big assumption that they would come in there. You know, you have gigantic size properties or larger buildings right to the west. This is not that gigantic size. So you also have to take that into consideration as well. So not to put a downer on it, but I'm just, you know, I think there's some potentially other options. And that would be one of them, to look at Business Park and to be creative with Business Park, or even connect it to the other thing that's next to it as a possibility. Okay. So that's it for me, unless you guys have something else. Okay. Okay. Let me go back and read this long instruction. Yeah, but it's knocking off some here. Yeah. Yeah. No. Well, I can read it, but it's after Bill. Okay. We moved this item up, so I haven't seen specific plan amendment 2205-375 and development plan review 22-00036. I propose to consider the following entitlements to facilitate construction of a 58,974 square foot industrial building on 4.01 acres located at South Knox Boulevard, west of Paris Boulevard. SBA to rezone the project site from commercial zone to light industrial within the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. And number 2, DPR for review of the site plan and building elevations. The requested action was to adopt resolution number 24-01, recommending that the City Council adopts a mitigated negative declaration number 2396 in the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, and approve specific plan amendment 22-0535 and development plan review 22-00036 to facilitate the construction and operation of a 58,974 square foot industrial building based on the findings contained herein and subject to the conditions of approval. There were some amendments, which I'm going to read anyway, regardless of whatever I'm going to read, and you might want to help me because I try to catch you. The street tree alignment, I don't know if that would be a condition of approval, but align the street trees with the project. Okay, but especially on the boulevard, align them with the property to the east. And that street, whatever that street palette was, to see if that could be aligned, and that's administrative. I don't know about the downward lighting. I think it was mentioned in there, so I don't know if we need to deal with the downward lighting in terms of uplighting. So that was mentioned, and everything else I think was pretty much covered.
Just making sure that we are specific in the signage and we're consistent with the most recent developments.
The signage, okay.
Yeah, the truck route signage, because we have been more
okay,
specific. So
okay.
we had two separate ones.
Okay.
I think it was 40 and 51.
Okay.
So making like what our standard has been recently. Yeah.
If I can just add, tier landscaping along the Harley Knox Boulevard frontage. Revision to condition number 7 to change
Yes,
the date to
just about to
March
look at it.
19, 2025. Also, revision to condition number 23B, which speaks to uplighting for landscaping. If I can just propose a recommended change to ensure that the lighting does not conflict with ALUC conditions number 1 and number 8. And that's all I have.
Okay, yeah. You better than I did. Okay. Now the difficult part. Do we have a motion either way? Do we have a motion on this one? And that's either to accept the requested action or deny the requested action, so.
I will make a motion for denial of the approval of the project.
Okay, that's Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Scheidler, can I ask for a clarification on that? We don't have a resolution for denial before you tonight. We have a resolution for approval. So if the motion is going to be to deny, I would recommend that the motion should be to direct staff to bring back a resolution for a recommendation of denial to the city council, and that would then be considered on consent calendar at the next planning commission meeting for adoption. So we would prepare a resolution for denial based on tonight's motion. There would be no further public hearing. It would be brought back on consent calendar for adoption at the next planning commission meeting.
That would be acceptable to me.
Yeah, we would, I mean, the more clarification you can provide on the findings for denial so that we can prepare what
yeah,
you're,
that's what we do
what you're
usually.
looking
Yeah.
for, the better.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think if you want more inclusions than what we already added, we could probably come up with a few more, but I think we already discussed our grievances with the project.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I believe that we've already stated many of our grievances with the project, and many of those can actually be the reasons for denial.
Yeah, so again, I would recommend bringing back that you direct staff, the motion would be to direct staff to prepare a resolution that articulates those findings for denial for your consideration of adoption on consent calendar at the next meeting.
The other option would be to, if you're recommending denial to city council tonight, to be able to make the findings tonight, so we don't have to come back before you again.
We need a written resolution with the findings.
Findings
have to be in a written resolution. We don't have a written resolution. They can't make a recommendation.
We just did.
So I guess one of the options would be if we do bring it back for the option for the next meeting, if the applicant would like to revise their application or something like that before that, that potentially can be done if they would like to do that. Or we have the option to give either request to recommend for denial to the city council.
If the chair would like to open up the public hearing and maybe ask the applicant that question? If they would entertain revising the project, that would be something the applicant would need to address.
Well, yeah, it's not something I don't think we normally do in terms of coming back, because you make the recommendation with findings, and we've already added amendments to the effect that that's what would go if it went to the next level. These are things that you have to do. Number one, we mentioned some amendments. So we mentioned about 2 or 3 of those amendments, but that normally is what goes.
Well,
next level.
the amendments are premised on the motion, if
Yeah.
it were a motion to approve.
Yeah.
So the amendments, we would need to send, if your motion, if your intent is to recommend denial,
Yeah,
we would need to prepare a resolution to reflect that could then be
Exactly.
adopted and
Yeah.
submitted to the council.
yeah, that's what we usually do, yeah. On the rare occasions that we do. Yeah, that's why I went through the process of saying all those 3 things, whether it's solar panel or whatever the case, that would be added on. So if they decided, they already have what we've recommended.
Oh, so that could be submitted to council as an
Yeah.
alternative,
Yeah.
that if council decides
That's what
not
I
to go
mean.
with planning commission's
Yeah.
recommendation
Yeah.
and to approve, then that would be, then
Yeah.
the recommendation would be,
Right.
with those modifications. But again, you would need a resolution recommending denial to the council.
Yeah.
And then, you could include in that alternatively, if the council, doesn't see fit to go with the planning commission's recommendation, then, and if the council sees fit to approve, then here's what, the planning commission alternatively would recommend that the council approve, including those modifications.
Yeah.
But we don't have that resolution in front of you.
No. I don't think we ever had. Wait till they get through. You're in conference. Oh, you were in conference, that's what.
So what our planning manager is stating is that the past practice has been not to bring back a resolution for denial that would be adopted by the planning commission, but just to direct staff to prepare
Yeah.
a resolution for denial with findings and submit that, with the findings based on this discussion, submit that to the city council, rather than bringing it back to planning
Yeah.
commission.
We stated too, and this is good for those that make the presentation, is that one of the considerations is a business park. So a business park would be something that directly would go to them, and if they decide to do it, that's fine. But a business park as an alternative is something that we would be recommending. So you have a positive alternative, one way or the other, whatever they decide to do. That's one of the primary things. And that also, the other stuff is administrative, but mainly business park, and not taking away the commercial status, the commercial zoning and rezoning it. So those are two basic fundamental things that they would want to know right up front if that's their decision to appeal. They're going to want to know the alternative. Business park is a business alternative.
That would give the applicant a chance to
Respond with a,
their the application to and come back if they wanted to, or go to city council and see what city council has to say.
so you got that one. So you have the basic amendments we added, with the potential for business park and remaining commercial. So that, in other words, not changing the zoning would remain commercial, and that was those two options. Business park is different than regular commercial. So business park is business park, but then there's a commercial. So those are two options that we're sending, alternatives. So they don't just leave them hanging. Whether they do it or not, that's up to them. Whether they do it or not, that's up to them. But we're just making that recommendation to make it easier on staff. Okay.
Right. Something else I heard too is that you feel that the property should remain commercial
Yes.
and that it's of the right size, shape, and that can be developed with a commercial zone commercial development or some type of office.
Business park, business park.
Or a combination of the
business
two.
park or an
Blend of
office
the
or a
two,
medical
yes.
office, yes.
So those are some alternatives.
Also, the environmental impact, the miles traveled on the road by trucks, the cumulative environmental impact of adding additional traffic to our roads, especially having to take that big detour because it is impossible for them to make that U-turn. So they're forced to make that large loop. And I think Vice Chair Shively was also stating that we would go from 140 acres, I think, to like 90 with the loss of commercial. And that it was changed to PVCC to commercial because there must have been some kind of analysis where additional commercial was needed to offset all the light industrial.
Quite a few talking points. There's nothing.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Okay. Now, you started out with a motion, right? Okay, Vice Chair Shively started out with a motion, denial, and
I second.
seconded by Commissioner Jimenez.
And to be clear, you're directing staff to prepare that resolution based on those findings and submit that to the city council, and that'll be placed in written form. The chair will sign it, and that'll be submitted to the council. Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes?
Commissioner Menez?
Yes?
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively?
Yes.
Chair Hammond?
Yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved to be denied.
We have a break that we need to take. So we have a break, called for a break, I'm not gonna say what. But immediate break, 10 minutes or so, and then we'll get on to the next item. What is the next item? I turned off my screen.
advantage of it.
We have, we did one. So whenever you Big Mountain Brewery. Actually, Tarantula, they were a big like brewery. They did furniture store.
There are drinking fountains. I've been with the good old days when they used to leave you a bottle of
It's too soft. Or you want a more flexible. Yeah, that's what we provide, flexible business part, right? Gives you more solid. That typically wouldn't be allowed.
Okay, okay. That sounds great. Right. 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 I know, I mean, I've seen
So he has a lot of. Unfortunately, some people do not want to understand the EIR. Yeah. You build on.
Right.
I gotta tell you, it was like a rock was a threshold.
So I did that. It's funny, it kind of fulfills the, I mean, the EIR is kind of a framework and then the MND basically fulfills,
No, nobody jumps up and speaks.
So the EIR is.
I know this stuff. He is the real, like,
The zoning within the well, hopefully they'll see the business. That'll overshadow the EIR. And everybody's gonna come in there, I could just imagine. Yeah. Yeah, and then basically it's the same design as the retail. We did
Imagine a little cafe on the side, that would be nice.
Yeah, a little cafe right in here. You could have a microbrewery in there.
Yeah.
Easy. I mean, we made it look like retail on the front. We just broke up the buildings differently to make it work
And
more.
that would be pretty good. I mean, you have electrical.
Oh, yeah, you get
Or professional
small
architectural
contractors.
office.
Good.
That-
Well, like I
like
say,
those.
I'm in one. I'm in
Yeah.
a 5,000 square foot industrial box.
That works, so.
And it's the same type of center. They don't have any loading or big rig or anything like that. It's fairly tight maneuverability wise, but all the FedEx trucks can move in and out of there. But they do have there's like a flooring guy down the way that actually has a retail,
Okay.
but also you can buy the flooring in his shop. You know?
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Good.
He's Mr. Brian Poloquin. He's the architect of this beautiful building that.
So he's gonna give it the weekend. Yeah, now it's B, C, and A.
Okay.
Had nothing to do with that.
No, that's fine.
Let me go.
So we got one more.
He's gonna go first. So I better, let me, yeah, that's fine.
So we got one more.
Yeah, one more. Yeah.
Good. So we have one.
There's another,
One more ahead of us. They put us on the back end because you were late.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, no, I'm, one of my clients is like contractor. So they take old Sears buildings, and they do indoor racetracks, they mount like running walls and stuff, and they use these fully charged warehouse buildings, engineering school, and go like venture parks. Arizona and Utah, where it's like 140 in the summer.
Okay. He's got to do the IT.
We're next. Thank you.
We're just waiting for our IT people for the screen, so we'll be. Mhm. Going, so I'll probably start. Ah, perfect. Ooh, that's the previous one, 58,000. Food Mart, there we go. Okay. 58,000. Okay, we're ready to start. We're ready to reconvene the City of Paris Planning Commission meeting at 7:59 p.m. Thank you for your patience. This is conditional use permit 22-05292 and parcel merger 23-05049. A proposal to consolidate two parcels into one parcel to facilitate the construction of a 7,250 square foot convenience store with a drive-through facility, a fuel station canopy, and a 1,673 square foot self-automated car wash facility on 2.54 acres. Located on the northeast corner of Etherneck Road and Trumbull Road in the commercial community zone. Requested action is to adopt resolution number 24-22. Recommend that the Planning Commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration number 2402 and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program and approve conditional use permit 22-05292 and parcel merger 23-05049 to consolidate two parcels, facilitate the construction of a 7,250 square foot convenience store with a drive-through facility, a fuel station canopy, and a 1,673 square foot self-automated car wash facility on 2.54 acres based on the findings contained herein and subject conditions of approval. And I believe we have items, we changed from 6C to 6B. Letter from the City of Menifee in opposition to the project. Want to go on record. It was sent to the chairman and the planning commissioners. We all have copies of it. And there's also obviously a letter attached from the City of Menifee to Alfredo Garcia, Associate Planner. So we'll just make sure we have that on the record. Thank you very much. And at this time, we will go to, once again, Mr. Alfredo Garcia.
Thank you, Chairman, once again. My name is Alfredo Garcia. I'm your Associate Planner. And as mentioned this evening, we have before you the Beyond Food Mart. Excuse me. Here we have before you the location aerial photo referencing some of the surrounding sites and some of the recently approved projects with respect to the site. To the north, we have vacant land. To the west, it's currently vacant, but it has an approved truck fueling and vehicle fueling station that was approved by the City Council on February 11th of this year. To the south, we have the City of Menifee with an existing auto mechanic shop and other miscellaneous industrial-like uses, if you will. And to the east, we have vacant land as well. And here we have a zoomed-in version of the project site in relation to the recently approved project and other existing businesses surrounding the site. Excuse me. Here we have the zoning map. As you can see, the project site is zoned commercial. It's also commercial to the north, west, and to the east. And again, as mentioned, to the south, we have the city of Menifee, but if you were to look at their land use and their zoning map, those parcels just south to our project site are also zoned commercial. So it's zoned commercial in all 4 ways. Here is a site photo view north at the project site from Ethanak Road. And here is a southeast view from Trumbull Road at the project site. Here we have the site plan of the project. As mentioned in the staff report, the applicant is proposing a 7,250 square foot convenience store with a drive-through component. Also proposing a 1,673 detached self-automated car wash and a 5,000 square foot fueling canopy for autos only, no trucks, just autos. In addition, the applicant's proposing 39 parking spaces with 2 EV charging stations, a new trash enclosure. Access to the site is via 2 driveways, one from Ethanak Road, which is a right-in and a right-out access and exit, and along Trumbull Road, which provides full articulation for entering and exiting the site. With respect to the Paris Municipal Code and the parking standards, they are all met with a surplus of 9 parking spaces. Here we have the landscape plan. Again, as part of the Paris Municipal Code, 10% is what is asked for landscaping. The applicant is going above and beyond, providing 18.8%, or just shy of 21,000 square feet of drought-tolerant on-site landscaping. Here is a conceptual rendering of what the applicant is proposing. I believe Ms. Arvizu has the materials board. Ms. Arvizu, be so kind as to pass that around. As you can see, this Beyond project proposes the corporate design that they have, which is very modern with a lot of sharp angles, a lot of push and pull, a lot of vertical and horizontal articulation. A lot of usage of earth tone colors, if you will, in addition with the wood fake wood siding in conjunction with a lot of use of the steel canopy as well. Here we have the building elevations of the convenience store seen along Ethanak Road, which is the top image. The image at the bottom is an internal rear view of the building. Here we have the 2D building elevations. The west that will be seen along Trumbull Road. And to the east, we have the internal east elevation. Here we have the elevations of the detached car wash. The top image is the west elevation, which will be an internal view. The bottom image is the east internal elevation as well. Here we have the that should be the, we have the south elevation, which is the image at the bottom. That will be seen from Ethanak Road. The image on top, which says east, I apologize, is the actual north elevation, which is internal rear view. I knew you were going to get me from that. These are the north and south elevations of the fueling canopy, which is the image on top. Image at the bottom offers the east and west elevations. With respect to CEQA, mitigated neg deck was prepared for this project. The M&D was prepared in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. The M&D concludes that all impacts have been reduced to less than significant or have been reduced to below the significant level with the implementation of mitigation measures, During the 30-day review period, the city received 2 comment letters, one from the city of Menifee, one from the South Coast Air Quality Management District. Both comments raised no additional environmental issues that were not already analyzed and addressed as part of the ISMND. Just recently, As Chairman Hammond read into the record, the city received an additional letter today from the city of Menifee in opposition to the project. That said, therefore, staff's recommendation this evening is for the Planning Commission to adopt Resolution 24-22, adopting mitigated neg deck 24-02, and approving conditional use permit 22. Well, that's a lot of numbers, aren't they? I apologize. Let's read the right ones for the record here. Let's see, 22-05292 and parcel merger 23-05049, based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions the commission may have. We also have Mr. Michael Ramirez, the project applicant, as well as his design team to further provide more information the commission may need. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for asking me that before we got started. I guess it's coming from that room, I didn't care. Is there any ex parte communication, ad hoc committee meeting, and/or drive-by? I'd say drive-by, but any site visits?
I've done site visits, and I was also part of the ad hoc on February
Ad hoc
28th.
too, okay.
Yeah.
I drive by the site very often.
None for me.
I've been by the site, plus ad hoc.
Definitely been by the site, do a site visit. Okay. Thank you very much for reminding. Okay. This time, the applicant will come forward if they would like to make a presentation. Just, we know, but state your full name and spell your last name just for the record for us.
Good evening, Michael Ramirez, Ramirez, here on behalf of Beyond Food Mart. And thank you for all your service to your community on these very, very long evenings. People don't understand how hard your job is, but I'm here to see if we can make it a little bit easier tonight. As you know, we are not strangers to your city. We have 2 locations currently developed. One is open over on Nuevo Murrieta Road. The other is waiting for EMWD to allow us to begin our lateral cuts for sewer and water, but the building's been complete now for almost 3 months. So if we can get by that within the next couple of weeks, we're looking forward to getting the certificate of occupancy fulfilled so we can get that site opened as well. If there's any questions you may have, I'm here to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. At this time, do we have any questions for the staff and/or city and developer?
Yeah, I have one quick question. So in the letter that we received from Menifee, it says that they do have a concern with the driveway near Trumbull and Ethanek, with the intersection. Is that going to be an issue with this project, or is that something that we already addressed?
Sorry, what does the letter specifically
It
state?
says, related to the driveway along Ethanek Road, confirms that the driveway would be restricted to right-in, right-out movements only. Menifee would like to reemphasize that the mitigation condition to right turn in and out movements only is necessary since the driveway is located too close to the intersection of Ethanek and Trumbull Roads to allow for safe left turn movements in or out of the proposed site. So I think they're saying that it's too close to the intersection.
The one on Ethanek Road?
Yeah.
Yeah, so our condition with this project is right in, right out. So, yeah, it's
So-
already
So is it-
factored in.
Okay, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Right.
Okay.
It's right in, right out there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I don't have any further questions.
So, I know I'm a bit of a broken record at this point with the whole native plant discussion, but it's because it's important to me. I do see that there were some concerns raised by the city of Menifee about the possible presence of the paniculate tar plant. I know that that one is one that's really loved by like the native bees. I don't know if it's actually present or not, but going off of that, that sort of vein, would you be willing to work with staff to update the current plant? I know you work off of the city's plant palette, but would you be open to transitioning the currently proposed flora to entirely California native, or at least a much greater majority of fully California native plants?
I'm going to take advantage of the fact that your consultant's here, Mr. Brown. But at the end of the day, on page 2 or 3, on page 2 of the Menifee letter, in the 4th paragraph, they literally state that the paniculate tar plant is neither federally nor state listed as endangered or threatened. And so, although we included this plant in the original bio report, because it has no special status, it was listed there, it was noted for the report, and for that reason, there was no additional discussion about this plant because there was no threat to it. And I'll let Mr. Brown confirm my understanding. If I'm wrong, please let me know. So at this point, it's not a matter of transitioning any of these types of plants that are on the site. When we take a look at our landscaping plan, we took a specific list of plants that the city has approved, requiring us to incorporate those species into the design, which again, the city is going to approve. And so at this point, those are California native plants. Those are drought-resistant plants. So we take that into consideration because EMWD, they love to charge money for watering. So the design you're going to see there is actually California native and drought-resistant.
Okay. I do appreciate that. I suppose, yes, I guess California native and drought resistant is not necessarily synonymous, but I do appreciate the inclusion of the California native, and I do recognize the importance of having the drought tolerance. And then I do recognize also that the paniculate tar plant is not like endangered or anything. I do appreciate your clarification on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, I did want to just, I know that it says that it's a special status plant species, and going from special status to endangered or getting put on a list is like one bush or one plant. So just like if we can just relocate, I know they do that with saguaros in other areas, so I think, potentially incorporating it, not getting rid of it completely, because it is native to the animals in the area. So that would be just, I would bounce off of that.
Let me turn to the expert in the room. Is that more of a bush or is like a flowering?
I'm gonna look it up, because I don't even know.
Yeah.
Is it like a soft flower? It's a small flower?
I suppose I'm not saying necessarily to include that particular flower. I was just kind of using it as a jumping off point to say, hey, we have this discussion about natives possibly being removed. And I wanted to kind of use it to say, why don't we use that as an opportunity to increase our usage of specifically California native plants? And I was just asking if you would be willing to work with staff if to possibly, move beyond simply just drought tolerant to also drought tolerant California native.
So I'll address that as well. At this point, by the time we get to this point in an approval process, because we're not even approved, we've already spent probably at least 30 hours of design time for the landscape architect. And he doesn't just pick the plants out. There's a specific list of plants that the city provides to us through either the specific plan or through the city's own list of approved plantings. And we're guided by that list to include them on all these drawings. So at this point in time, what you're seeing there is guided by that list. If there's something that you want to see in particular, I couldn't just throw it in if you wanted it, if it's not on the list. And so at this point, what I'll say is that design that you're looking at meets the qualifications that the city told us we needed to meet. And so notwithstanding you calling out a specific species that you want us to include, we'd still have to run that by the city to get approval for that.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I do have Are the colors for the building, are they brand specific?
The architectural coloring, oh. Yes, it is brand specific. If you go by the site on Harley Knox, you're going to see exactly what you'll be looking at. And if you go by there in the evening when it's lit up, it's a beautiful facility. There's no homeless people there, and we're not even open yet. But there's no homeless people sitting around there. There's no criminal activity that we have there. We have security guards at the property, so we do take care of our sites. I made that representation to you a year or two ago.
2 years.
Yeah.
It was 2 years.
Yeah, so at this time, I think we're fulfilling that promise that we made to bring you a beautiful addition to the neighborhood. And
You
as
did,
soon
because
as
I
we get
remember
a
we
chance
talked
to
about
open
the the architecture.
Exactly.
So you did change it.
As soon as E EMWD decides to let us open, we'll be ready to go.
I remember the conversations about the architecture because we talked about the different ones. So the colors are specific to Beyond Mart.
That is correct. If you go to our Dos Lagos location in Corona, it's going to look exactly the
nuevo one
same.
looks
It'll
like
look
this.
like the one in Rialto. We have 3 of them in Rialto at this time. And we have stores opening up in Wildomar, Murrieta, Temecula, and we have another one in Paris that'll be coming before you, hopefully within the next year.
Okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
My question is landscaping concern, and I'm going to carry on with the same issue that I had with the prior project is the street trees, are they similar to the adjacent property? If
I think
not,
as a
can
point
they
of
be?
clarification, everything around us right now is vacant. So there's no additional landscaping to compare it to or to, we will be the marker for that corner at that point, and that's probably a conversation to have with the other projects that come in. I think Hillview had a project that they were proposing that would wrap around us, and I'm not too sure what happened to that project. I understand that they're not pursuing it any longer.
So when that does occur, if you guys set the precedence, we need to make sure that other surrounding properties that we can, because it's partially Menifee that's surrounding you, that they kind of blend together and work together.
Absolutely, and I think from the tree perspective, because we're on the hard corner, we're going to try to keep the trees at a minimum because of the safety and the viewing from the turning radiuses, turning points and views and things like that. So I think on the perimeters is probably where we're going to find a more of a shade element type of planting.
Absolutely, because there's sight lines that you got to worry about. So
Can we go to where we talk about parking, where we are with meeting parking requirements, and then keep this on site? So with parking, we are at 9 spaces. Can we go back to that slide we were just on, please? Engineer, those 2 parking spots on the northern side along Trumbull Road, with the entrance being so close, do we have any concerns? Because we have 2 sets of cars coming towards each other and we have cars coming in. Is there a concern with traffic flow, especially? I think Trumbull Road is left in as well, or it's full turn access, right? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, so Trumbull Road has full access at that location. Trumbull would be striped, widened to Ultimate, which is a major collector, I believe, which is 78 feet wide. But specifically, this location wasn't analyzed for this specific question, but just looking at it, it looks like it'd be fine. I mean, I know fire department gave the okay on it too. They're the ones who would approve the on-site accessibility. As far as the traffic study itself, it reviews mobility for if a fire truck needs to get on site and make those turns throughout the site. All that has been assessed, but as far as specific cars backing out at that location, I mean it's acceptable from an engineering practice, but it wasn't specifically studied at this specific location.
I want to take a moment just to go back historically and just bring them up to speed on how we sided that driveway at this point. Initially, we had the driveway further south on Trumbull. But when we realized Hillview was proposing their plan and the location of the driveways that they wanted for their big trucks, it became clear that there'd be too much space there and that'd be problematic. It was working with the engineering department, with the property owner to the north, with Hillview, and at that point, we were, this ultimately became the design based on all those conversations. This took about 4 to 5 months to finally get to this design here. And so it's an expanded, a little bit wider to make sure we have the radiuses that are necessary for the vehicles. This is not a truck stop. That's across the street. We're looking at commuter vehicles here. So maybe the big Raptors, that's about as big as I think we're going to be getting on there, but otherwise, those are the turning radiuses we should meet for the commuters.
And to expand on Mr. Ramirez's point here, they were able to move their driveway to the north to align with the travel center to the west. So we want that full access there and to have those left turn movements so there's no conflict within the intersection of Trumbull and the driveway. So they were able to accommodate that factor for safety and circulation purposes.
Yeah, I'm thinking about on site, because if I'm coming down Trumbull going pretty fast and I make a left in and somebody's backing up and the person behind me was also turning, now we're covering Trumbull. That was my concern with like coming on where you're having too much interfering traffic when you're in the driveway.
The actual on-site.
The on-site, yeah.
Yeah,
Like
so-
once you're on, like you're trying to move on or even making the right in, like you could get backed up pretty far because there's too much movement right at the entrance.
So this was accepted by fire,
Okay.
and that's
But does fire analyze their mobility and their access, or do they analyze actual interactions between the passenger vehicles on the site?
I believe it's more mobility, but I don't know.
Okay.
I think the
potentially what-
traffic study took into effect, the traffic signals at Ethnic and Trumbull are going to be timed to control people turning northbound on Trumbull on the left turn lane so that they're going to be able to control how many cars are stacking in there at that point.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you looking at alcohol sales or beer and wine sales?
No, we don't have a CUP application before you with regards to the alcohol at this time.
Okay, at this time. Thank you.
Again, this is a very commercial and industrial area, but at the end of the day, yeah, that's not part of what we're looking for here.
Yeah, and I think they pretty much answered the questions. It's pretty straightforward. Having been in that area quite a bit, I know you live down the street from that area. Ethernac being a truck route, unfortunately, it's a truck route. And you can't turn into this from Ethernac and turn a left turn in there, so it's right in. So essentially, your entrance is Trumbull Road, which is a serious need of repair. But until it's developed, you're not going to do anything. But you turn in from there, go in and go around, and there's enough space or radius to be able to get in and out of there. Turn right out, or you go down to Sherman. You don't want to make a U-turn there, but you can get in there, turn right out and right in. So basically, you're really talking about Trumbull Road being the main access point, I think. Now, on Ethernac Road, there is no median, and there's no plans to have a median because it's a truck route, right?
Ultimately, there would be a median, but of course, the south side is owned by City of Menifee.
Yeah.
So the way our conditions are written is we're telling the applicant to construct a median along Ethernac Road, but if they cannot get the go-ahead from Menifee, which is most likely the case because they have to widen on their side, we would collect in lieu fees from the applicant for a future median. But per the general plan, there would be a median and 3 lanes both directions.
Yeah.
I also want to point out that somewhere in the conditions of approval, we're providing roadway dedication for Ethnic. And at that point, we're going to widen that street up so that there's more room along that line. So,
Correct. And that would help, with the right turn pocket specifically to get into the site for safety, where the through westbound traffic would be separated from the right turners into the site.
I think what I've heard mentioned is right now it's about 14 feet you guys are asking for a dedication there?
I think it's quite a bit more actually on Ethernac. Ethernac Road is
The city's undertaking some type of improvement, right? Because we've been speaking with your consultant on that.
Yeah, the half width for Ethernac Road is 92 feet from center line. So that's 4 lanes, but that 4th lane is kind of a buffer spot, bike lane or, more shoulder. But basically it's 92 feet from the center line that they would be widening out and doing ultimate improvements, sidewalk, parkway landscape, all that.
Maybe I'm wrong. Is that a secondary arterial for Ethernac, or what do they call it now?
I believe it's
Primary?
expressway.
It is expressway.
Yes.
Wow. And it could be expressed on that street, I guess. Okay.
And with that too, that existing signal at Ethernac and Trumbull, there
Yeah.
would be some improvements that the applicant would be conditioned to improve as well.
Okay.
I thought you said the autopilot was going to do it. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, my only other question is that I hate to throw a monkey wrench in this, but the city of Menifee, if we're going to repair half the roadway or our portion of the roadway on the north side, are they conditioned, or is there any agreement they're going to do anything? Are they going to widen it, or are we going to end up doing it? I know that's a kind of a
For the south side of the center
all
line.
of Ethernac in that area.
So any type of widening would be done by the city of Menifee.
Okay, so this
For the south side.
On the south
For the
side,
north
right?
side, you guys are taking the ball.
Right, right. North side, as part of the condition with this project, would be widening out to ultimate. But south side,
Yeah.
it would be Menifee's jurisdiction.
So have they already? Well, I guess I know the answer. So would this be subjected to them having to agree to do that? In other words, you could do that, but I know that's what I'm saying. Because if they're not going to do theirs or they're going to drag their feet, what are we going to do with this project in terms of Ethernac?
So the median, if that was to be constructed with this project, they would absolutely need coordination with Menifee. But that's why we put in that in lieu fee, because Menifee has to widen at that point. With, let's say we collect the in lieu fee for the median, there would be space to, maintain the eastbound lanes with the applicant's improvements on the westbound lanes.
Okay, so I know I'm belittling this point, but is there a timetable, or do they have any timetable on their improvement? Okay.
I can't speak
I think
for
you
that.
already answered it, yeah.
By they, I think you're referring to Menifee?
Yeah,
Oh.
I know,
I
I'll
can't speak
stop.
for that.
I've got a project pending at Ethnic and Getz. We've been working on that one there now for about 4 years, so I don't think they're in a hurry.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's pretty fast. Okay, sorry about me.
No.
Jeez. Okay, thank you. That was it. It was just that, if you go way ahead, if this project were approved and you're going ahead with it, then there's going to have to be that coordination. And now you've got that issue that was happening on the other part of Ethernac, and, going down to Getz, where we did 3/4. We don't want that situation, I don't think, to happen again. So we're talking about there has to be some coordination. I mean, that's a higher level than us, of course.
And with the plan check process, there would be some type of coordination with Menifee, signing, striping, and all that. And, with their projects too, there's always some type of coordination. Just there has to be sign off on the other agency when you're working with them. But as far as, doing ultimate improvements at this point, it's tough when they don't have the right of way on the other side, and, vice versa when we don't. So
Yeah.
it's just trying to coordinate to make it happen.
Sounds like mediation, right? Okay, I think that was it, unless you guys have some more
Have
questions.
one more. Can we go back to the slide that had like the traffic? I'm still on those 2 parking stalls and now the pedestrian
Oh, the
crossing.
landscaping?
The site plan, please.
This one?
Yes.
Wants to get rid of these two, I think. We put them in there just because.
To have extra. I know that's what, but I don't want to have. I didn't want to ask to give up a parking.
We have the, to the south of that is going to be the ADA, the ADA
Yeah.
pathway from public right-of-way. So those extra 2 parking spaces, I mean, what would you have us do?
Well, no, that
What
was
would
my
you like to
next
see
question
happen?
because I'm thinking about ADA, like for the traffic study, if somebody's making a right in, it's almost like making a U-turn to come on. That ADA walkway, is that a safe distance from making that turn? Because that's what, about 4 parking stalls?
About 40 feet.
Okay, so a car would be able to stop if they saw somebody on.
Correct. And, you know, you'd probably have like 3 cars to be able to queue at that point if need be.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, okay. I'm still
Go ahead.
debating whether to ask for those 2 parkings to also be, since you're 9 over. I'm still in my brain about it. For safety, I drive a big truck and sometimes backing up, you can't, even with the little lights and the camera, you can't see. And now you're looking for traffic coming this way, and somebody backing up, so.
If you want us to eliminate them, say it's
These
so,
two.
because that's landscaping right there. You have this view issue that you're discussing. So, yeah, if I see 2 big Raptors parked there, you know, can somebody see coming around the corner from there?
Probably
I don't
not,
know.
yeah.
You want that to be more landscaping? We'll just,
I say like we do more landscaping, that way we have view of the pedestrian, especially because it's ADA. I want to make sure that we keep our pedestrians as safe as possible. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jay.
hey, I'm not that far away from using one of those chairs, so thank you.
Yeah, I know. Trust me.
Question for staff, conditional use of approval number 45, truck fueling. This is, I think it needs to be a little bit more specific. This says the diesel trucks or hauling trucks or something like that. Trucks are not fuel or park on the project site. Not just a standard Ford truck or anything else like that. I think it needs to be more specific on the delivery trucks. Or 45.
45?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. So instead of just saying trucks, say fueling trucks? No.
Diesel delivery, large delivery trucks or something.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Shively, with condition 45, we just wanted to make it clear that truck fueling is not allowed at this location.
Well, he's just being more specific. So
I'm
he
just
said
trying to
diesel
be a
trucks
little bit
because
more specific
you know, I
that
got a truck from U-Haul and I can't fuel there.
there's smaller,
okay.
there's smaller trucks.
Yeah.
that-
Yes,
Smaller
yes.
delivery trucks that can fill diesel. And then there's the large
Yeah.
delivery trucks that
The
are not going
semi-trucks.
to be be able to get onto the site, but just to be a little bit more specific.
We'll amend it. Yeah.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Last question, I'm going to move on. Knowing the Beyond Mart, there's one in Moreno Valley too, off Day Street. So that's when I first saw it. In the Moreno Valley one too, you guys. I shouldn't be in there with it, but you talk about a drive-through. The drive-through means that in the past you've had other particular entities that are supposed to be in there, Fat Burger, Nathan's Hot Dogs. I still haven't seen it, but is that proposed as part of the drive-through, or is that just the Beyond Food Mart itself that would have a drive-through?
So the drive-through is going to be app-based. Like almost all your retailers now, especially for food product, you have an app on your phone from Beyond Food Mart. You push in what you want. The burgers are there, the Nathan's hot dogs, they're all set up over there. They prepare them for you. They put them in a bag. They give you your number. You pay on the phone, and then you pull up to the window and you just say 45. And so you pick up your bag and you move on. Now, we're in the process of developing that app so that we make sure that we meet there's so many legal FCC-type rules that we have to comply with, so we're trying to make sure that we get it right. I told them just go get the one from McDonald's, but I was told that might be a trademark infringement, so I'm not the lawyer. But nevertheless, that's going to be the design. We have no squawk box. You're not going to be ordering from somebody and then pulling up. You're going to just pull in, your order will be waiting, you grab it, you leave.
Without naming any tenants, do you have tenants already in place?
Beyond Food Mart we're building this as an owner-user building, so we will be handling distribution. I believe our branding there is going to be 76, and so we will run the full management of the operation there.
No, what I meant was in the Beyond Food, some of the other ones have particular ones, I'm just mentioning Fatburger, things like that. Is that in this one, or you haven't got anybody signed yet?
No, the way this works is that we are the licensee to Fatburger, and so we bring in the product before it's like fully prepared, and then we prepare it on demand. So when somebody says, hey, I'd like one of the double chili, blah, blah, blah kind of burgers, we put it together, and then we sell it. So there's no other operational group that's going to come in. Our people are trained to do that kind of food service. So we have the hot wings, there's going to be pizza, there's Nathan's Hot Dogs, there's Fatburger. But in addition to that, part of what we do on our branding, we're going to have fresh sandwiches, boar's head type of deli meats. We're going to have salad cooler that has probably about 6 or 7 different fresh salads that you can choose. So there's going to be other alternatives, but we will operate all the operations there.
Thank you.
So are you suggesting this actually, the food preparation is not really cooking, it's just assembling of what?
That is
delivers?
correct, sir. Yeah, there are no grills there, no fryers, none of that. The closest we get to that is the Thrifty ice cream. It's hand-packed. So that's about as close as you're going to get to us actually putting something together.
Okay.
And on our other 2 projects that we have operating with you, we have those amenities. And yeah, we had to go through health department clearance to make sure everything was up to par.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, anything else, guys? You okay? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, thank you for your service. And I'm glad I had a chance to see that you're still on the commission because
Yeah.
I wanted to close that promise with you.
I somehow made it this far. At this time, you open it up for public comment on this particular agenda item, and anyone in the public that would like to comment on this particular item is welcome to come to the dais at this time. Seeing none, we close the public comment portion and come back to the commission for discussion.
I personally have no issues with this project. I do like the trademark look that Beyond Marts have with that wood panels and it's very modern. It's very easy to look at. I think it blends in with a lot of other things. And I do like the 360 landscaping around the entire building. It just gives it a nice look, and especially the fact that there's nothing in the surrounding area, so it's not going to be it's not going to be in the way of anything. No further comments.
I agree. I enjoy the architecture as well. And I live in South Paris, and I am by this area very often. It's really great to see, good things up and coming. I don't have too much else to say about it. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you taking the time.
Drawing straws. I appreciate, we've seen, I think this is the 3rd one in City of Paris, I believe. The design is consistent with the other 2 properties, and I think it's welcome insight to see consistency within your projects. So in the location of this, again, it's probably one of the closer ones to the freeway than the other 2 on site. So I think it's going to be very successful for you moving forward. So.
Appreciate the promises kept. I do have a complaint. One of my daughter's best friends lives over by the one on Nuevo, and I was super excited, and I was running really low on gas, so I drove my happy little butt over there, and it was still closed. I was too early. I missed the grand opening by like today, so I had to go further out. I really like the architecture, like modernizing this one too. I know we had tried different things, but I really like the trademark look. I think just for staff, when we're looking at these, just like making sure that we are consistent, especially with new developments, like when we're coming into Ramona, when we're coming into like major entranceways into the city, just that consistency in landscaping, up lighting, and just those things to give it a really a unified look, a really nice representation. The landscaping here is nice, and maybe looking at our plans about landscaping, I guess, flora, fauna, all that, just to make sure that we are trying to incorporate more of those region-specific, not just California plants, but really like region-specific plants in the future. Because when we have developers coming in and they're using that list, I mean, they're using the list. So, I mean, but I do appreciate the additional landscaping, giving it a nice look. I think, you're right, at night, the Beyond Marts look really nice with the lighting and the way the accents hit. I like the modern gas canopies. So I think a lot of detail was put in. The realigning of the driveways for safety and our traffic flow. So I think a lot of detail was included in this development. So thank you.
Yes, and I have no problem whatsoever. It's a development, you know if I did. But none whatsoever. The architecture, everything is fine. The only concern I have is not with this city, it's with the other city. But that's a whole nother argument. But the main thing is, I like the fact that on this side of town is badly needed on the other side of the freeway. There literally is nothing over there other than that Union 76, I think, over there. Well, but anyway, more variety of foods, variety of things that are in there, and a consistency throughout the city of the building. I can't help with the EMWD, sorry. But nobody can. But one of the things I will say that is consistent, is nice, is more modern, but yet it's something that will be needed in the community. And that area has been desperately in need of some upkeep over there, some food places, some variety. And we're looking for variety. You know, there's nothing wrong with that, but at least some variety there that will help that side of town. So I have no problem with this whatsoever. I think we mentioned a few things, but those are just minor things that can be looked at. I do agree. You have a good variety of trees, but you don't want trees to block the view. So they have to be cultured and manicured to where you don't block that. But in the back, whatever happens to the other developer, that's a whole other thing. But, to make it as landscape, as we can, especially over there where there's basically weeds, would really be an improvement. So I appreciate that very much. At this time, unless there's any other further discussion, I think there is. For projects, conditional use permit 22-05292 and parcel merger 23-05049. Proposal to consolidate two parcels into one parcel to facilitate the construction of a 7,250 square foot convenience store with a drive-through restaurant, a fuel station canopy, and a 1,673 square foot self-automated car wash facility on 2.54 acres, located in the northeast corner of East Neck Road and Trumbull Road in the commercial community zone. Okay. And we do appreciate the presentation that was made. Mm-hmm. Okay. No, I got it, yeah. We've changed the order, so I have to go back and forth. The requested action is resolution number 24-22, recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration, number 2402, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approve conditional use permit 22-05292 and parcel merger 23-05049. To consolidate two parcels to facilitate construction of a 7,250 square foot convenience store with a drive-through facility, a fuel station canopy, and 1,673 square foot self-automated car wash facility on 2.54 acres based on the findings contained herein and subject to condition of approval. There was some considerations that number 13 on the site plan map, there were two parking spaces, be looked at to eliminate those possibility or maybe add landscaping. Number 45, you add the word maybe diesel truck or whatever staff deems necessary, but at least just say trucks, give me any trucks. You say diesel trucks or whatever the specific thing might, adhere to that.
Yeah, if I can make a suggestion on that is where are we? To revise condition number 45 to include semi-trucks, class 6 and above, which are qualified as 3-axle trucks. So
According to FHWA classification.
according to the FHA classification.
FHWA. FHWA.
FHWA classification. Shall
take your
not
word
fuel
for
or
it.
park at the project site. Thank you.
Does that classification?
That's the Federal Highway Administration. They
Okay.
classify vehicles into 13 classifications.
Okay.
And class 6 and up is everything with 3 axles or more.
Okay.
Does that include smaller delivery trucks?
Class 6 is 3-axle single unit. Class 7 is 4 or more axles, and up from there to class 13. Class 5 is 2-axle single tire single unit. Class 4 is buses. Class 3 is 4-tire single unit. Class 2 is passenger cars, and class 1 is motorcycles. So it would be
Good.
class 6 and up.
I don't want to exclude small delivery van or box trucks.
Would they have more than 2 axles?
They could, but probably not.
Class 6 is 3-axle single unit.
I think that's what you want.
Class 7 is 4 or more axle single unit. And then class 8 is 4 or less axle single trailer.
I think that's good.
Yeah, it says 2 axles for most standard, like I looked up UPS trucks. And standard UPX trucks, the box trucks have 2 axles as well.
Yeah, most of the semi-trucks you see on the road are 4+ axles.
Yeah, class 9 is 5-axle tractor semi-trailer.
I mean, you could say anything 4+ axle too. There's
Yeah.
hundreds of ways to handle this,
Yeah,
but
you could say 3+ axle, 4+ axle, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Because a semi truck without a trailer has 3 axles. And that allows them to come on site, correct?
Right, that's why we would suggest class 6 and up would not be allowed to fuel, because I agree, class 6, 3-axle single unit, that would be the tractor portion of the semi-truck without the trailer on it.
Okay. As long as that, I guess that's included, and probably they're okay with that as well, so.
Mm-hmm.
So that can maneuver on site.
Okay. Main thing is not a truck stop. It's just not a truck stop. I think that's the ultimate bottom line. But we'll leave that language.
Okay.
Okay.
And also I have the removal of the 2 parking spaces.
Yeah.
Was that mentioned?
Mhm.
Okay.
Number 13, I think, on the site plan.
Okay.
And a review, and it's an administrative review of the California native species, but I think he pretty much stated that these were what the city, and I think the Public Works has a list of species too, so you get a lot of stuff from Public Works. It says plant these. And so a lot of it's Public Works, and then we adopt the Public Works thing into this, so it's also Public Works City.
I also have one additional condition. We would like to include a revision to the ISMND to provide clarification, and for that language, I'd like to invite Michael Brown to provide that clarification language.
MSND, okay.
Right, and that's not a condition of approval, that's just a text clarification, change of the text of the ISMND with a clarification, and that's what Michael will explain.
Good evening, Chair, members of the commission. As you know, we received the letter from City of Menifee today, and it was the first time that they brought up the issue about the special status plants. And while they state in there that the initial study ignored the issue of the paniculate tar plant, that's actually incorrect. The information that they provided is on page 30 of the initial study, so no, it's in there, but we do understand that there's a little bit of confusion, if you will, or lack of clarity. So I want to make a change. Do you all have that letter in front of you? Okay. So it's on the second page of the Menifee letter, and it's the quoted paragraphs of the special status plants. And this would be in the very last sentence of that second paragraph on there. The sentence currently reads, due to the lack of a formal listing status and coverage under the MSHCP, comma, no further surveys or mitigation related to paniculate tar plant are recommended. The change that we would like to make that provides the clarification is due to the lack of, well, before I go on, strike coverage. And so it will say, due to the lack of a formal listing status, comma, and the fact that it is covered under the MSHCP, comma, no further surveys or mitigation related to paniculate tar plant are recommended. So that just provides clarification. It does not change the conclusions or analysis of the initial study.
Thank you for that clarification. We appreciate it, Michael. Okay. Wait, where was it? Okay. 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 Motion.
Are you gonna add the condition of the removal of the parking stalls?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. What's to go?
I'll make a motion.
Moved by Commissioner Isaac Lopez and
I'll second the motion.
seconded by Vice Chair Shively. To approve. Okay. Good one. Okay.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes, but my screen says Commissioner Lopez.
Ooh,
Yeah, it says Jimenez on top. Oh, never mind. I got it. It says mover. I am fine. I just saw the name. Yes.
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. At this time, we move on. What was 6A is now 6C. Specific Plan Amendment 23-05029. Tentative Parcel Map 23-05028. TPM 387839. And Development Plan Review 22-00031. Continued from the February 19, 2025 meeting. Proposal to facilitate construction of a business park development consisting of 3 multi-tenant buildings totaling 66,686 square feet on 4.37 acres. Located on the northwest corner of Paris Boulevard and Harley Knox Boulevard within the commercial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Specific Plan, necessitating, number 1, SPA to include a planned development overlay to allow the proposed business park use in a commercially zoned property. 2, TPM to consolidate 6 parcels into 3 parcels, and 3, DPR for the site plan and building elevations. Requested action, adopt resolution number 25-03, recommending that the City Council adopt mitigated negative declaration number 2401 and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approve the specific plan amendment 23-05029, tentative parcel map 23-05028, TPM 38739, and development plan review 22-00031 to facilitate construction of a business park totaling 66,686 square feet on 4.37 acres based on the findings contained herein and subject conditions of approval to enable ex parte communication, site visit, or ad hoc committee meetings.
I also drive past this site often.
I also drive by pretty frequently.
None for me.
I spent a considerable amount of time at this site, yes. Mr. Nathan Perez, been waiting. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having me here. The project before you is the March Plaza Business Park Office project. If you know some of the history behind it, it was actually approved as a March Plaza Shopping Center, maybe in 2017, and now it's being revamped as a business park office. So currently, the project is within the Paris Commerce Center specific plan area, generally located northwest corner of Harley Knox Boulevard and Paris Boulevard. Some of the surrounding land uses to the north is industrial within the city of Moreno Valley. To the east is the existing 7-Eleven fueling station and vacant land, which was part of the entitlement of the March Plaza Shopping Center. And to the west is industrial, and to the south is vacant land approved to be commercial development. Here's a site photo that I took, and if you notice, some of the site is currently vacant, and to the left-hand side of the slide is the existing 7-Eleven fueling station. There's existing landscaping along the right-of-way, if you notice. Here's a site photo looking north, and it just shows that the site is currently vacant. So here's the specific plan land use map. Currently, the project site is currently commercial, surrounded by commercial to the east and to the south, and light industrial to the west. And Moreno Valley city limits is also light industrial to the north. The applicant proposes to rezone from commercial to commercial plan development overlay to allow flexibility and to allow the business park office use. As mentioned earlier, 4.37 acres will be rezoned as a commercial PDO. And the purpose of the plan development overlay is to allow flexibility in land uses and development criteria which would be prohibited by conventional zoning. So some of the uses that could be in here could range from a microbrewery to a restaurant, an architectural office, plumbing or electrical contractor, barber, or pet grooming. So pretty much allows a variety of different land uses in there. Also, Section 14 will be added to the Paris Commerce Center specific plan to pretty much outline the March Plaza PDO. And I would like to let the commission note that the commercial PDO zone prohibits uses such as manufacturing, industrial outdoor, and indoor. So there will be no industrial-based uses within this business park office. Here's the site plan consisting, well, I'll talk about a little bit about the existing access. Along Paris Boulevard, there's actually 2 points of access for vehicles. And if you notice, the middle driveway is just a right-in. There's also 1 point of access along Harley Knox Boulevard. And there's also another access that takes access from the light industrial building to the west, which has a reciprocal access recorded as part of this project. So the applicant proposes roughly around 66,686 square feet within 3 business park office buildings. And if you notice, there's also amenities included as part of the project, which will be covered outdoor picnic areas for anybody who wants to go out there and have a lunch. There's also trash enclosures, if you notice by the red box shown on the left-hand side of the site. And also, if you notice, there's a variety of different parking space locations where people could park. And 35 of those parking spaces will be EV. Also, I would like to note that some of the areas or these buildings will actually have roll-up doors, which will allow delivery, like a FedEx delivery or UPS delivery, and also any type of deliveries that from a small vehicle. Landscape coverage is roughly around 15%, and I would like to let the commission know that the majority of the Harley Knox and Paris Boulevard improvements have been completed up front for the future March Plaza Business Park Office project. City staff has reviewed the project with the commercial zone, PDO, and it complies, and also the parking standards. Here are the building elevations, which kind of mimic the original approval of the March Plaza Shopping Center. This is just an example of the South Harley Knox elevation. Like I mentioned earlier, the project entails different types of material to kind of mimic a business park office, and also has a variety of storefront windows, and also different varying roof heights to comply with the Paris Commerce Center specific plan standards. Now, if you look at the north interior rear elevation, they're all roll-up doors. They're not really high dock doors. This is meant for like delivery of small vehicles, such as a UPS or a FedEx, and also would allow different types of uses, like a restaurant, or for example, a barber shop, or any type of commercial-based use. And here are the building elevations on the side, which also exposes a lot more kind of like storefront windows. So as part of the entitlement process, an ISMND was prepared, which public agencies and property owners within 300-foot radius were notified of the project. During the 30-day commenting period, staff received a total of 6 comment letters from 5 commenters. If you notice, the State Department of Toxic Substance Control, Riverside County Flood Control, RTA, Eastern Municipal Water District comments were informational in nature. And we also received a letter from Lazo Jury on behalf of the Supporters Alliance of Environmental Responsibility, also called SAFER, that there is a fair argument that the project will have a significant impact related to noise, biological resources, and air quality. City staff has also received an additional letter dated March 19th, which is before you, for consideration from the Lazo Jury on behalf of SAFER, which the copies before you. Staff has reviewed the letter, and it's pretty much a reiteration of the previous 2 comment letters. The applicant's environmental consultant prepared responses to comments. So if you have any questions concerning the memo, or the applicant's environmental consultant is able to answer those questions. Staff recommendation is for the Plan Commission to adopt Resolution 2503, recommending that the City Council take the following action. 1, adopt mitigated negative declaration 2401 and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And 2, approve specific plan amendment 23-05029, tentative parcel map 38739, and development plan review 220031, based on the findings herein and subject to the conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation. The applicant would like to make a presentation to the Plan Commission.
Thank you, sir, as always. And if the applicant is welcome to come make a presentation, just state your full name and spell your last name for us, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Joel Kirshenstein, on behalf of the March Plaza application.
Could you spell your last name for us, just for the record?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission and staff. And in particular, I certainly want to express our appreciation for Ms. Brands and for your and for Mr. Perez in keeping our feet to the fire and keeping us in a very diligent focus, including the environmental analysis that went into this project. What I think is important to do at the outset is to just give the commission and the community a little bit of a background that feeds into the rationale and the justification for this particular project and why it is an outstanding project for the city. First of all, Mr. Khan, who represents the Khan Family Trust, had some extensive surgery yesterday, so he's watching this evening, and he couldn't be in attendance today. But their family has owned this this property for over 50 years. This is not a Johnny-come-lately situation into your fine city. We started processing, and I've represented this project from the very beginning. We started to process this in about 2010. So this is very different than other parcels that come before the commission, and I'll explain why. We also had a groundbreaking several years ago, and we have already adopted CC&Rs for the entire parcel that was approved in the very beginning. So we have CC&Rs that are operating with a board of directors, and of utmost importance is that this project, in its former state, was approved conditioned upon very significant off-sites and on-site approvals. And I want to just go through those very briefly. We have put in over $4 million into the off-sites. That's something that no other project that has come before you had as they come before an application. The off-sites included curbs, gutters, sidewalks, a realigned intersection that went in a few years before we filed the application, and a traffic signal that had to be relocated, and I think we upgraded the traffic signal, and then we did stub outs for all of the all of the utilities that'll be needed on this site. And a lot of that was done with Mr. Vroom, our civil engineer, who's here this evening. The design was done by PK Architecture. Our architect is here, and he'll follow me to give you the specifics on how this great business park works. And then the environmental analysis was done in coordination with your environmental consultant. We also have something that not everybody comes here with. We also have a March Air Force Base Commission approval for this and for what went before it. So it's very interesting that we went through a general plan amendment, but your city attorney said we should do that, and we said, okay, we'll do the general plan amendment, even though there was some gray areas on what to do. So we had a phase 1, which was the off-sites. We have phase 2, which is 7-Eleven. This is, again, all the same ownership that is sitting on the corner of Harley Knox and Paris. I'm sure you've passed it. And then we have phase 3, which is Casey Saran's 2 parcels, and he did the construction of the off-sites and some of the on-sites, and we worked out some land contracts with him to do that, and he's in full support of our project, as is 7-Eleven. And so this has a unique profile to it as a final phase to a previously approved project that was approved on this particular section, on these parcels for retail. And Mr. Poliquin will explain, when the retail went sideways, we contacted Brian again, that's his first name, and said, we need to speak to the city and find out what their preference is. And we went through a number of different iterations, and we came up with the concept, the yes to a business park. But not just a business park with 22 doors on it, if you will. So there's an opportunity for 22 small businesses in this business park, which I think will be very well received by the community, by the chamber, and by the commission and by the council. So what I'd like to do, having given you that background, is now bring up the expert that can answer and give you some interpretations of how the business park works and how it was set up and what it can do as far as the complementary additions to your city. And then we have John Rickenbach, who could come up and answer any of the CEQA questions that you have. I also have a very brief comment from our land use special counsel, Mr. Chuck Cohn, who's a very well-respected land use attorney, who basically summarized it by saying anything more on CEQA, because we've had so much done in the way of MNDs and the prior specific plan and working with the city, the conditions that were done would just be duplicious and it wouldn't accomplish any kind of mitigation. We've done all the mitigation we could possibly do because that was done for the original approval. So this is just a nuance to it. So with that, I'd like to bring up Brian, have him walk you through some of the components of the project, and then I'll be available to also join with him and answer any questions. Thank you. And again, I really want to thank staff for all their help.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Sure. Yeah, just state your full name and spell your last name for us.
My name is Brian Poliquin. Last name is Poliquin. The architect, owner of PK Architecture. We're a small firm in Agoura Hills. And actually, we work in a very similar type of development. It's a small business development, a little bit similar to this. Buildings kind of face into each other. The concept, originally, this obviously, this was envisioned to be a retail, kind of a strip retail project with a series of pads in front. Obviously, the pads have been, remain, 7-Eleven being built out. And then, but as time went on, we saw that strip retail was really struggling. There just wasn't really a market for it. So we came back and started looking at the project. Obviously, we looked at some simple boxes, industrial type buildings and that sort of thing, but we really came upon a multi-tenant business park was probably the best thing for this. It fit with the pads. It allowed for small businesses, and the way it works is there's up to 22 units in these buildings. The sizes range from about 1,900 and change up to over 3,000 square feet. Units can be combined. In a lot of these, we might build out a certain amount of the front end suites, not the back end suites. The buildings will be made out of concrete, but they'll have an extensive storefront, so they have kind of more of a retail appearance along the front, especially building C at Harley Knox, and then building B and A face into each other, so it's kind of a little motor court in between. We have what we would call the service areas in the back. We've fenced them, gated them, so let's say at night they would be locked, so they're secured, so they don't create an issue. Obviously, they'd be lit in the back as well as in the front. We've created small amenity seating areas throughout the park. And what we envision, and I think in the uses that are allowed, a microbrewery, some retail type uses, salons, carpet and flooring stores, a cafe could be on a corner, and then you could have some of the other, let's say, more business oriented uses. And as you go back into the center, I'm in the development that we're in, they have a photographer, podcasters, flooring people, obviously architects, interior design material suppliers, any of those small businesses that require a couple of thousand square feet up to 4,000 square feet, and obviously these units can be combined. So that was the idea, and then to use the architecture that we had on the retail center, apply that architecture to the front. Elliott Kahn really liked kind of a mid-century modern, and the architecture ties in with the way the 7-Eleven is designed now. So with the pale green and some of the sloping roofs, he liked that style of architecture, so we tried to emulate that. I also thought it kind of fit in with the whole March Air Force Base aesthetic. So that was kind of the idea of the architecture. And our office has done probably about 5 of these centers, and they work really well. This is really the type of operation or type of development that businesses can really get into, and because they're small bite-size unit sizes that most people can afford, and there's expandability in this design, which I think also brings a lot to the table, is that you get a business in there, and if they're doing really well, and let's say the space isn't leased next door, they can take over that space and expand. So it's a kind of almost an incubator style business park development that really provides for small business growth in your community. If you have any other questions, we have our landscape architect here. Obviously, we continued the landscape that was developed from the first development, and as Joel said, we'd already designed the original, and this is really just a phase 3 essentially, because we had the off-site improvements, and then we had the 7-Eleven and the pad improvements, and now we're up finally doing the bulk of the project with this business park development. So
Okay.
if anybody has any questions?
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if you were through. Thanks. Okay, at this time, does our commission have questions to staff and/or the applicant?
Could I have Mr. Reckenbach come up and just give you his opinion regarding the adequacy of our environmental
Sure,
work?
sure.
Because I know that you've had a number of environmental questions. So John, if you want to come up and just give a quick synopsis of why we are strongly of the opinion that we're more than adequate with the CEQA work that we've done.
John, I think you know the routine. Just state your full name and spell your last name for us. Appreciate it.
Hi, my name's John Rickenbach. I run my own consulting firm. My last name is spelled Rickenbach. I really want to just give you the high level, which may capture some of your questions, but I will certainly go into any detail you want if you do have specific questions. As a little background, the original approval was based on a negative declaration that actually did not capture all of the mitigation measures that were appropriate from the PV, from the Paris Valley CC specific plan back in 2007, whenever that was prepared. This mitigated negative declaration does capture all the old EIR requirements, and it does consider but expands upon the negative declaration that was done for the original approval. In other words, it's got a lot more mitigation than the original approval actually had. The decision to make, to prepare an MND this time was based in part on the whole record of the original approval. So when you see the document as prepared, it's really an expansion and it captures the programmatic mitigation measures that are appropriate from the specific plan in which this area is located. With respect to the letter that you received, and I think letters that were prepared with respect to the circulated document back in December, the essential allegation is that a fair argument it can be made that an EIR should have been prepared. And that's a faulty argument. It's a faulty argument on multiple fronts. The basis of it is that when you say that there's a fair argument for an EIR, it means there's a fair argument that a significant impact that cannot be fully mitigated could occur. In supporting that, the letter writer had prepared information with regard to air quality, noise, and biology, and said this information is the argument you would make. Multiple problems with that information included that they mischaracterized the baseline, did not acknowledge there had been an approved project, that but for this application, that project would be built, so there, it had already been considered there. Secondly, it also mischaracterized what this project was, calling it warehouse, which may not make a difference in certain respects, but with the air quality and noise analysis certainly would. With regard to a lot of the specifics, I know we just received a letter today, and any responses that we've provided don't obviously address that, although it's not a lot of new information, but of course I'd be prepared to summarize any of this information I'm saying to you in writing so that the council could have the benefit of that. But with respect to the technical information they provided on biology, for all three actually, there's no substantive analysis that takes you and leads to the conclusion that you could end up with a significant unavoidable impact. It alleges that could be true, but without substantial evidence behind it. I'll leave it at that for right now, and you may have additional comments or questions. I'll be certainly glad to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Is it? Okay. At this time, once again, are there any questions of the applicant and/or staff?
I have a quick question for the applicant. I saw that you guys included amenities for the employees, like a picnic area. Do you guys have any restaurants that are locked in with this project already that may need outdoor seating space?
Not right now, but we don't have any tenants in mind yet, and I'm just the architect, so that'd be for the brokerage people to tell us who's there. But the idea to have the amenity spaces is so that people can go from their work areas and actually go over and sit down, have lunch, or just be outside. So
Yeah, it was labeled as an employee amenity area. I was just speaking of something for like a restaurant that may be in this project.
we can. I mean, we've talked about that. A cafe, microbrewery, any of those things would be anticipated in this.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I guess I could direct this question to staff. Does the walkway have sufficient space to allow seating on the walkway in front of the storefront? Would that be permissible for the staff?
Okay. Yeah, per the architect, there would be enough space for them to maneuver through the proposed walkways.
Okay, so if need be, restaurants can use that walkway as eating area, seating?
Especially Building A. Building A has a pretty significant corner there where you could have a restaurant there. And I would suspect if I was a restaurant, I'd want to be on a corner, kind of one of the corner units.
Of course.
So that, and then you'd have other businesses that would be internal. I think having a cafe on the corner there or having a cafe on the corner of Building B, there's some seating areas right there and a fairly healthy landscape area. So, yeah, there's quite a bit of opportunity right there. C, more difficult. The walkways aren't super narrow, so you probably could have some tight seating along the front. But I think A and B would have super opportunity for a cafe. A microbrewery would probably be great at Building A and kind of right on the corner there.
Perfect. All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
A quick question for staff. Would the planned development overlay zone hold the project to the same project standards as a business park zoning would?
Yes, it would, and also the benefit of a planned development overlay is that it would actually allow all the commercial uses. So not only do you have the business park type uses that would be allowed, like a contractor's office or any other type of business park use that would have professional office, but you would also have the benefit of having commercial as well.
Oh, great, thank you.
Just to clarify, there's, on the floor plans, in two locations on the site plan, the clear space says 18 feet, but on the building sections, it says 17 feet clear height. I just want to verify that the mechanical units are not going to be exposed above the 5-foot parapet.
Yes, so that's a requirement. If you notice, per this elevation, there's a parapet there to conceal any type of roof, mechanical equipment that's proposed on top of the roof. So yes, there is a parapet that would pretty much conceal any type of mechanical equipment.
So I guess I'm just trying to clarify, is the clear space going to be 18 feet or 17 feet? And if it's building sections show 17 feet, plans call for 18 feet. So I just want to make sure that 1 foot's not going to kick us over.
No, I think we'd have to follow the provision of the code that we can't have any of the mechanical units peer over the top of the parapet. So it would be whatever height that we're going to get. With this sort of thing, eventually the roof is going to be sloping. So we're probably going to place the mechanical units on the lower side of the roof so we get the best benefit of the screening. And we wouldn't put it on the higher side. So This will probably be anywhere from 17 to 18-foot clear. It could go a little bit higher on the inside based on roof slope.
Okay.
That one will probably slope from front to back.
17 feet at the back, and
What's that?
probably starting at 17 feet from the back and going to 18 feet.
Probably,
To the front.
yeah, usually on the backside, we usually don't go quite as high, and then we pitch it up as we go toward the front, so we'd set the mechanical units further back.
And then are you proposing at all any grease interceptor between each of the three buildings, or a shared interceptor between each of the buildings? Or are you gonna just have tenant provided their own interceptors?
I think that would be more in the construction drawings, that we would decide whether we're gonna put a grease intercept. That would be I think, a decision at that point, whether we do that or not.
As an
I
individual?
agree, if we have a, full-service cafe that's not, let's say, bringing in prepped food, if they actually have a real kitchen, we're gonna have to do a grease interceptor there.
But if you could have multiple tenants in one building, you're gonna have multiple interceptors?
We might. Yeah,
So-
but that would more be that we'd probably do at the
A shared-
construction drawing level. When we start seeing tenants that are interested in the project, then we probably look at that.
Okay. I would, maybe, interceptors are quite large sometimes, and if you have multiple tenants, they just get larger. Some jurisdictions, I'm not, again, don't always allow under-sink grease interceptors and such like that, so.
Usually we put them in the ground, I haven't.
So.
The only time I put them above is, I think, on the Gap building down in Santa Monica. We have one in a basement.
Yeah, not too
It's above
often.
grade.
Yeah. And then, I think that's all I got for this moment, so.
Okay.
Nathan, do you have anything that shows what our landscaping at was in the first approval compared to now?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information in front of me. I do know that it does comply with the minimum standards of 12%. They're proposing 15%, but I don't have that information.
So we don't have a side-by-side of what was originally approved versus what is being proposed now?
No, I don't, unfortunately.
Okay. I would have liked to see a side-by-side because I remember seeing the commercial one and liking it, and I wanted to see like a visual compared to what we're seeing now from the street, because I don't know how much it changed with the different windows. I don't remember it changing that much. I don't think it was a lot, but I know it might look a little bit different now because it has
Yeah.
more.
I think at the
Horizontal.
time, they would go really, really, if 12% landscaping at the minimum. But I do remember the layout, and it does have a lot of parking,
Yeah.
a lot of parking compared to having buildings. So it kind of has a visual effect that it has a lot more landscaping towards the front.
Do you have a picture of what the gates would look like in between the buildings, in between building C and B, and then behind building A?
Actually, I'm not sure if we do.
Drawings. We might not have but it would be some type of solid gate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be open to keeping it closed during the day with just the tenants having access for deliveries, kind of like?
I
the
think if you
lockbox?
were going to condition that, I don't think that would be an issue.
Okay.
As long as they can open them up, it's.
Yeah. And emergency vehicles can get through, but
I mean, in the project, I'm sorry, I use an example of my project. I've done about 5 of these, like I mentioned. And even sometimes on the back sides, sometimes a tenant may come in and instead of a roll-up door may say, I want it all glass. And they'll
Yeah.
put glass in to bring more light in. Let's say you get an architect's office in there. I'd
They
want
would want
glass. I don't
something
want the roll-up door, so they put the roll-up door in there. But the gated area, yeah, I don't see why anybody would really have a problem keeping the gates closed and opening them up when they need to access.
yeah, I would like to keep them.
Because a lot of times what'll happen is you'll get a FedEx truck or UPS truck will just go down the parking area. They'll front load and off they go.
Yeah, I don't think the roll-up doors get as much use as we think they do.
What's that?
I don't think the roll-up doors get as much use as we think they do.
No,
sometimes.
and actually, the space I'm in, and we did another one in Simi Valley where we did 72,000 square feet like this, kind of back to back. A lot of the tenants wanted the glass doors instead. So, yeah, that's an option, but we show it so that, let's say you get a contractor in there that wants to be able to load from the back. The
Yes.
contractor can bring in, load from the back, and then, he has the front end for a front office.
The option
So-
is there, yeah.
That's the way it would work, yeah.
And that was my next question, because I see we have designations of office space and tenant spaces, but those can be pretty open if it's a restaurant, if
Right.
it's some kind of salon.
We might not, more than likely what would happen in the development like this is the shell buildings would get built out. The front office would get built out so that you can bring people in and show them, okay, this is what you could have. And then
Open ones
then
for
you'll
what they
start,
can-
as it populates, you start to build out more, and some of them you'll just build out the way you want to. So that's the way I've seen them done before. So you build a few of the units. You don't want to build too many because you never know, somebody could come in and say, I want 2 units and not want the demising wall in between. So
Right.
basically, these would be open in between, and then we'd populate them as they go.
Okay. All right. And I saw you had an excess of parkings, which is great.
Yes.
I don't know if you would be open to maybe giving up a few up front, like that front row, just to add a little bit more landscaping there, because we're over a lot on parking, but we're over on landscaping, but not a lot.
I mean, if you want to make the fingers a little, a finger.
A little bit thicker,
little
yeah.
thicker, so we add gets a few more trees that go back. Yeah, I don't see
Just to make it a little bit nicer up front to really bring it up to bring the site in.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, we just went by the general, I think it's a 6 foot wide finger or
Something like
9
that,
foot
yeah.
wide, something like that. But yeah, we could
Yes.
widen those, a couple of those, and you could condition us on maybe the 2 fingers on Harley Knox Boulevard get widened to add some more landscape. We don't want to lose too much parking because
we don't,
obviously
yeah.
if we want to have the cafe or let's say a salon or something like that,
Yes.
we don't want to take too
Lim-
much away.
Yes. And the color scheme, does it match the existing
Yes.
7-Eleven right
the
now?
same-
colors?
Yeah, it hasn't changed.
And it was the one that came in originally with the commercial as well.
We were approved essentially with these elevations
Yes.
originally, yeah.
It was the same elevations, right? Like, I don't
Uh-huh.
remember them changing too much.
No, we didn't, it kind of has very much a commercial retail style look. It's just the retail itself, that inline retail of about 45, 50 feet deep, it's not working anymore. They just don't lease up. So the better way was to rotate the buildings, get them deeper, and provide more multi-tenant spaces where you could get more variety of businesses. And that's really the goal, is a variety of business. That's what a business park is.
I think that's it for me.
I wish I could cite there's a really nice example down near down near Orange County Airport where they used to have all the different interior design users. It was kind of a very similar project. And yeah, that's kind of an example,
Yeah, Marietta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's, there's a therapy place right there. I used to take my daughter there, so I'm very familiar with this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know this one.
Same idea.
Okay. Yeah, there's a brewery, and then next to it is like where the actual
Yeah.
manufacturer, yes.
Right.
Oh, I had never seen the back of it, though. I only saw the front. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to tell us about sneaking down there? No. That's like confessions of a planning commission. Well, I'll just wait for them.
Wait, I have one quick question.
Go ahead.
Yeah. The 2 pads that are labeled NAP, are those already approved or no? Also, those are future plans.
Those are future pads, but that was improved in the original. That was an originally approved phase.
So those aren't going to get built out yet.
I don't know when those will get built out, but those are slated for a commercial style pad.
Okay. All right.
Yes. And I also wanted to triple check. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I think he wanted to add more.
I think I heard a comment about an open-air market. That is something you may want to add to the matrix of uses, because one thing that's good about the business park is on the weekends, it's fairly benign, and Sundays is very little activity other than if there's restaurants. So if the commission wants to take care of that now, I think you could add the opportunity for an open-air market that would have to come back for approval, but at least get it in the mix. But that's a very exciting idea for this particular use, and especially the way it's laid out. So just something for you to consider if you'd like to add it this evening.
I did want to triple check with staff. So it's an overlay, right, that we're doing? So with this overlay, they cannot build industrial. This is not for manufacturing. So, right, Nathan?
That's correct.
Okay.
And it's not functional for any type of truck, semis to be able to maneuver in there. It's not for that. So it's just essentially a business park.
What is the difference between a business park and a commercial? Could we have done something like this if it was still designated commercial, or is that overlay necessary because of the changes that were made?
I think it has a lot to do with the land uses. So for example, if you were to build out a commercial shopping center, it wouldn't necessarily be laid out like a business park, or it wouldn't allow, professional office in there, or certain types of uses like a contractor's office.
Okay, so if it was commercial, it would have to be a commercial point of sale, point of
Exactly.
service.
Yeah.
So a nail salon could be there, but if I was a photographer and wanted to have my studio there, I would not be able to do that. I mean,
Yeah.
there are some that are more commercial, but if I was like a professional just doing events and things like that, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a few things, and I'm not going to put on. I think they pretty much asked some questions, but I got some detailed things. We have senior planned overlays too. So what planned overlays allow is that more flexibility. You can do things as opposed to sticking straight to something. You can add things to it. You can do things like with seniors. If you have senior housing, you can do senior overlay where you would have residential or something like that. If you put a senior plan, you can do things like that. And so it's a necessary thing to do. And also, you wouldn't want to want something that's really strictly enforced as commercial, and you want to have flexibility. So you can do things like cafes. That's one of the reasons you can be flexible. The whole idea is flexibility. And you need that today because the gigantic shopping centers are just not gonna make it. Two quick issues, hopefully don't drag out, but one of the things is going to be obviously landscaping. I'm not a fan of palm trees at all. And if left up to me, that I would never see a palm tree on any of these developments, but that's just left up to me. You can get rid of them. Cypress, Italian cypress to me is a better and more classy look, but that's my personal feeling. But I do not like, because date palms are a nightmare in terms of maintenance. So it's just something that could be easily scrapped from this. I mean, yeah. And that's not the entrance though. But I mean, when you're talking about where you're coming into this entrance on the left side, it just doesn't, to me, it doesn't make any sense, but it's my personal. And I'm just using Italian cypress because there's less maintenance. Go straight up, boom, done. This stuff falls down and it gets to be ugly and it's not picked up by all the time and it starts blowing into the streets. That's just my person. That's an easy one. The other one I noticed because I actually sat there in the lot there. The property I'm going to bring this up, right? The property next door, the NRI industrial. We have an easement. We have a egress, whatever you call it there, reciprocal access there. I'm not sure that's going to work unless there's some discussing and negotiating here, because I sat there and trucks were queuing up. And I mean, different times of the day, they're queuing up and they're stacked. And so that very narrow thing, when you come in there, they're stacked. There's one way in and they're trying to come out that same way. Then they have passenger vehicles coming in from there. And so now you're talking about trucks going into that little spot where you have parking there. You have trucks going in, the smaller ones are still trying to maneuver. So you got all this intersection right there where people are coming in, they're going out. The trucks are going both ways in and out. And there's a guard booth, I believe, that's there, and I think you see it on the picture, and cars parked there. I don't know how they got away with that one, but the idea is that it's very jammed there, and so that needs to be worked out one way or the other, either a wider driveway or I don't know what the NRA industrial thinks about it, but I'm not going to talk about what they don't do. But the idea is that was not something that was very pleasant to see. And I physically sat there and watched trucks lining up. Now, we talk queuing today, we'd never allow that kind of queuing to go up. Then, back then, nobody cared. So you have 2, 3 long 18-year-old trucks that are lining up, have to turn in to go in there. And then you have passenger vehicles coming out trying to turn right, and now you're adding this portion as well coming in there, right turn in. That could be a problem. If that, and that's that reciprocal access. I think we need to really look at that one specifically, because I'm kind of concerned that the mobility there could be a problem. And I'm not sure the width of that, but you see there's a little island there that comes in at the bottom of the screen, so that makes it even more narrow. And so I saw the trucks having to go past that way. And so that's just, to me, is an issue that would need to be addressed at that point. So I'm just not sure how you're going to handle that one. But you knew I was coming with this one, so I just made you heads up, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think administratively, we could work with the neighboring property to make sure they're running efficiently and per their conditions. I don't know if that would necessarily need to be a condition of approval for this project, but administratively, we could reach out, code enforcement, whatever, and we could make sure they're running efficiently. But those are valid concerns. If it is stacking back to the driveway, but it sounds like it's an efficiency issue with that next door neighbor.
And because you have obviously the reciprocal access on the east end, the 7-Eleven is not a problem. It's this end where you're talking about trucks coming in and turning right and going in there to go back and deliver things in the back, more likely where they would go. It could be a problem if you have several suites here that are proposed, 8, 7, 7. That could be a lot. So my main concern is there just needs to be some discussions on that level, because obviously, unless you sit there and see it, nobody can tell me because I'm looking at it. So that has got to be something worked out to where we can get that thing resolved if this thing goes through. And, it was just hard to look at. Right now, there's just orange barriers that are there right now because obviously this part, you don't want them coming on this part. But those are not small trucks that go into that industrial. So anyway.
So I just wanted to clarify. My name is Jason Vroom.
Oh, just state your full name. Yeah.
Yeah. Jason Vroom, V as in Victor, R-O-O, M as in Mary. I'm the civil engineer on the site. I did a lot of the site design, circulation. That entrance to reciprocal access, the sole purpose for it from our site standpoint is for the fueling trucks for 7-Eleven. That's it. We don't need it for any of the pedestrian access. We can get full traffic between the northern access as well as the Harley Knox one. So you can get full access even without using that driveway.
Okay, so trucks would not be going into building C suites from there?
No.
And building B suites?
No, so those are all designed circulation-wise. It's only gonna be for small trucks. That entrance is only needed for the big swing trucks that drop off fuel for the 7-Eleven. So they're coming in that big entrance on the west, the reciprocal access, and they're going through to the 7-Eleven to drop off the fuel, to pump it into the tanks. But we're not planning on any large trucks on any of the other buildings, and so we don't need the large suite.
Okay, but it's still shown here as an access for vehicles. And that's my concern, is that, it's still one of those easy things to come in, because you can turn left in there if you're a truck. So if the temptation would be to turn that way and go in, even if it's passenger, unless there's some sign saying it's not through. I don't know how you stop them, because I'm going that way and I can turn left. The truck's turning in there, I'm going to turn in there. So that's just an easy way to get onto 7-Eleven. So that's my concern, and that's a crowded, if you've been there recently, as much as yesterday, these trucks are stacked up, and I don't know who designed that thing, but that's not this project. But I'm just saying, I don't know how you stop vehicles from coming in that location, even though your site may say it goes to 7-Eleven, that's a long way to go for 7-Eleven. But the idea is stopping other vehicles from going in there, because that's a fast way in. and they're going to want to do that and go all the way down Hard. You can't left turn at the northern one. So that's from vehicles coming from going west. So unless there's a U-turn at that intersection, which it isn't now, I don't believe, you literally got to be turning there to go in there. This is from a practical matter, not so much. So I'm just saying that needs to be a discussion, I think, that's going to have to be made, because we're just Paris residents. We know how Paris people are. Okay, they're going to do the easy route, period. And okay, what the size is, they're going to go there.
The northern entrance on Paris Boulevard was put there so that there was enough space that you could pull out and make
Oh, yeah.
a U-turn at that location.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But I mean, going in here, if I'm coming east and there's an open space there, you're going to turn there and go through there unless there's some reason why there's some gate or something. You're going to turn to get to the 7-Eleven or the other suites. So how do you stop that? I don't know how that's going to be. That's a discussion beyond us. Mhm.
They can't go through the Harley Knox one, the one in the middle. They can't make that short, tight turn to bring the large fuel trucks. Push that out and just do a much bigger radius.
Couldn't that be kind of an administrative thing, that we just widen up that drive?
Yeah. So if you don't mind, Chairman Hammond, it sounds like the main issue with this is the neighboring property with the queuing with the trucks. So administratively, we could work with that property and, cite them if they are incorrectly running their business, with circulation on site. So we could check into efficiency with that neighboring property and ensure there's no queuing back to that westerly driveway. Because you're right, that is the left-in axis. Vehicles traveling eastbound would take the left in there. They're not going to go past the driveway and look for the right in, right out. So it sounds like it's more of a efficiency
We can
standpoint
kind of work it
next
out.
door.
Because I could see us taking the dual drive on Harley Knox and widening that up and maybe letting having more sweep to get the trucks around there, but yeah.
Can you also perhaps put a signage on that entrance that don't block access or something like that as well?
Okay, yeah, we could work, we'd work something out. Right. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I know it's a
We work
detail-
with the city.
Yeah.
To get it right, so.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I know it's a touchy issue. I know, trust me. But I noticed that because I said, whoa, wait a minute, they're trying to turn left in there? Okay, could be a nightmare. And we're going to take the easy way out, come on. But more concerned with not that, that's another issue, but on this property, not messing up this property's entrance because of the neighbor. So that's just something that, I just thought was a high priority on this project, not on some of the other ones. And you can't, you can go all the way up, but can you really take a left way up there to come back down? And it's not necessarily a U-turn intersection. So you want to go down to Redlands and come back that way? Might be a problem. But anyway, I'm good. Anything else? Nothing? Oh, okay. But I talk you out? Okay. We have some good questions, good discussion. At this time, we open it up to public comment on this particular agenda item. Anyone having public comment on this agenda item, come forward to the dais, rostrum, and just state your name for us, that's all.
My name's Mitchell Thielman. Last name is spelled Thielemann. I'm here on behalf of the law firm Lazo Jury, and on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. SAFER respectfully requests that the Commission refrain from approving the March Plaza project at this time, because the project may have significant and adverse environmental effects requiring an environmental impact report. CEQA requires an EIR be prepared instead of an MND, where substantial evidence supports a fair argument that a project may have a significant adverse effect on the environment. SAFER's written correspondence that demonstrates that such a fair argument exists for this project. First, SAFER's noise and vibration expert found that the project may have significant noise and vibration impacts. Second, SAFER's expert wildlife ecologist found that the project may result and significant adverse impacts to special status species, including the double-crested cormorant, the turkey vulture, northern harrier, red-tailed hawk, and others, which were all detected on the project site during an on-site survey. SAFER's expert predicts that there are up to 19 special status species likely to occur on the project site. SAFER's expert also found that the project site provides potential habitat for the burrowing owl, which is a candidate species for listing under the California Endangered Species Act. SAFER's expert concluded that these special status species may be significantly impacted through the project's direct effect on habitat loss, interference with wildlife movement, and traffic-related vehicle casualties. Third, SAFER's air quality expert concluded that this project may result in significant air quality impacts. Specifically, the project's greenhouse gas emissions and diesel particulate matter emissions were not adequately analyzed in the MND. Fourth, the MND and city's assertion that a disagreement among experts is allowed in an MND is incorrect. Courts have made clear that when there is a disagreement among experts as to the significance of an environmental effect, that an EIR is required. Finally, the fact that the previous project was approved does not necessarily preclude the current project from ongoing further environmental review to ensure that any environmental impacts are analyzed and mitigated. For these reasons, and those stated in SAFER's written correspondence, SAFER again respectfully requests that the Commission deny approval of the project and require an environmental impact report to move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Okay. And at this time, does the developer have, as we always do, open the developer if you'd like a response. You're welcome to come at this time.
Joel Kirshenstein, on behalf of the applicant, let me respond with some specifics. The pending case deals with the remainder of the unbuilt portion of an approved city-specific plan per City Council certified FEIR. A substantial portion of the specific plan acreage has been built out for commercial uses and has operating businesses functioning thereon. A vested rights argument is not waived. The specific plan was approved upon a certified final environmental impact report and the mitigation measures therein, including a variety of expensive, as I mentioned for the record, at least $4 million public improvements, which were accepted and installed and inspected by the city and accepted by the city of Paris. The completion of the retail build-out was interrupted and then halted as the market changes were affected by the COVID pandemic and changes of consumer habits to electronic devices, a non-online selection of merchandise buying and delivery. Institutional construction lending became financially infeasible and for the most part, unravelable consumer purchasing habits changed. As a result of the above impediments to completing the build-out, the property owner elected to change the use of the unbuilt portion to small square footage office park spaces, a change supported and now recommended by city staff, and by the way, is of much less intense use than what was originally approved. Your staff also conducted that an MND was the appropriate CEQA evaluator and engaged a consultant to prepare same, which is where the CEQA matter now stands. And we had a CEQA expert work with your CEQA consultant, and we will give you our assurances that our CEQA work and is bulletproof. What they're asking for is something very duplicious and unnecessary. As it now stands, no fair argument exists that the combination of the relatively recent specific plan FEIR and EIR would produce findings requiring greater mitigation in the pending MND. Thus, the duplicious use of CEQA for a non-environmental cause would not change pending MND outcomes, and the city is not deprived of relevant regulatory options. To accede to Attorney Drury's demand would give the city no greater insight but only delay construction and increase the cost to no substantive public benefit. In other words, where we are is where we are. The cards speak for themselves. We have done environmental review 3 or 4 times. And where these folks come to show up at the last minute with this kind of stuff is unnecessary and doesn't do your city any good. We will stand behind our application or CEQA process and defend the city accordingly. You have no problem with that. We're fine. We're 2/3 of the way through a project, and where were they in the beginning? I don't know. But we're far past the beginning of this particular process. So anyway, we'll be more than glad to defend the city. Work with your staff.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Any further? I think we did still have public comment. Is there any further public comment? Okay. Does staff have any okay.
I just wanted to add a little bit. John Rickenbach again. I just wanted to hit on a couple of points that were raised in the previous comment, in addition to what Mr. Kirshenstein said. First of all, just from a matter of the fair argument for an EIR, besides the fact this is really the last phase of a project, I think they come from the perspective that this is a new project, and therefore the baseline is what's on the ground exactly. But the baseline needs to include the whole record, which includes what was done, what might be done, and what was prepared in the past as far as the improvements, the mitigation requirements, the commitment to building, the fact that it would be built but for this project in a different way and the site developed. On the specific topics raised for air quality, noise, and biology, although there's an allegation that there's a lot of special status species and such, most of which we're talking about birds that fly over the site, that fly all over the area, as a matter of fact. On an area, in this case, that's an infill site zoned for use, it's not a designated wildlife corridor, for example. And the issue with respect, for example, of wildlife mortality on roadways, that's not unique to this site or anywhere else. But none of the studies they provided actually provide the link to say, this is why this is true as a result of this project, and here is the mitigation that would get you to the end. They do allege that there'd be a significant impact without the evidence to back a significant impact that couldn't be mitigated. In fact, they even suggest that the mitigation measures that are provided in the MND do provide mitigation. They suggest other things as well, but don't tie that to any specific impact. In the case of the noise analysis, there's no actual noise analysis. They say that the MND doesn't provide adequate noise analysis and that an EIR could expand upon that in some way, but they don't show exactly how they would expand upon that. Therefore, they can't draw the conclusion that is that they allege. There's more to it than that. And again, I'd be happy to write this out for the benefit of the council, but I just wanted to counter some of the arguments that are alleged. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we close the public comment and bring it to the commission for discussion, analysis.
I have no concerns with this project. As I commented earlier, the north side of Paris is in dire need of commercial for the reasons I stated earlier, and I do want to thank the applicant for bringing this project up. If it gets approved tonight, I'm looking forward to the types of businesses that are going to be brought to that area, and hopefully we could get more restaurant areas for the employees that are working in that area.
I wanted to thank the public speakers for coming up and sharing your concerns. When I first sat here and started listening to this presentation, I was initially concerned about the the M&D as well. However, sorry, like I said, getting over an illness, with the understanding that this plan will not be, it's not allowed to be industrial. There's not industrial allowed, and that it is commercial focused. It is the original EIR was done with the intent that this area would be commercial, and it is remaining that way. I do feel that the M&D is sufficient, and that but I do recognize the concerns, and I just going off of that, I wanted to say I really do appreciate this opportunity. I really appreciate this project and for the opportunities that it will bring to Paris residents. I was, like I said, initially concerned that this was going to be an industrial development, and it was really refreshing to see that there was a lot of care put into maintaining that this will be a commercial and small business oriented development, and I really appreciate seeing that and having that brought forth. So thank you very much.
I agree very much with what Commissioner Menez said and stated, that I appreciate the fact that it definitely has to do with more small business orientations. Anywhere from 2,000 to a little over 4,000 square feet gives the opportunity for small business creations, which City of Paris definitely needs and would appreciate, especially if there's an opportunity for office or a small restaurant, even a mixed specialized restaurant that City of Paris doesn't have, that we can use to have sit-down restaurants. And this doesn't really give the opportunity too much for a fast food drive-through opportunity, which is great. Definitely, I appreciate the finer dining establishments that City of Paris really needs to have. So I hope that this location brings the opportunity to Paris. The architecture for me looks good, and I appreciate it very much. You did well from architect to architect. So it definitely brings the 7-Eleven together, and of course that was part of the initial design. So I think it went well. Thank you.
I am not an architect, but I am an artist and appreciator of beautiful things, and I look at balance and color, and I know you look at it from a different perspective. I want it to look pretty and balanced and organic and landscaping. So that's where I'm looking at it from. But it is a beautiful project. I was happy to see there wasn't a lot of changes made to the original that I remember I also praised at that time. I know we have a lot of professionals in the city of Paris that have to have their offices, locations outside of Paris. So I really like that we took kind of the best of both worlds and brought them together where we're meeting a need. But there's also that frontal space. There's those corner spaces. I know there's a brewery. We all know I know that place. I almost had to recuse myself. So there's a brewery, and there is the opportunity for finer dining. I also admire and enjoy finer dining, and there isn't a lot of opportunities here in Paris yet. So we're hoping a development like this will call the attention of finer places, more upscale locations, and really bring in what we need. I think my only concerns are, yes, I agree with you, no palm trees. So focusing, maybe working with our staff a little bit more on having those plants that are off the list, and hopefully more California native plants, if possible, adding a little bit more landscape. And then just the safety, because we are still in Paris, we have to recognize our people, because we do that, like just making sure safety. That's what I was asking about the gates in the back, because our teenagers don't have a lot of places to hang out and do stuff, and they look for opportunities. So let's not provide those. That is my main reason, is just thinking about safety and where we have access to within our city. So I appreciate this project.
And real quickly, and I think I could just parody what they've already said. First, I want to appreciate the staff, especially our engineer who puts up with me. very patient, and just great attitude. All the staff I can say that about. Even you, Patricia. No, I'm just kidding. Especially Patricia. But no, I always have good things to say about staff. Nothing bad to say about staff. I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate everything, the professionalism and the well-designed, the way it's laid out. I'm not just happy, I'm ecstatic about this kind of project. So it's not enough to say happy. This is nowhere in Paris like this, nowhere. And the idea that you can have a variety of things because of the development overlay makes the difference. 23 years, you don't see this in 23 years, I can tell you. Usually the old business parks you see in Paris are built in the 1980s, and that's why they should stay in the 80s. They were designed in the 80s, they should stay in the 80s, their colors in the 80s, and it was just thrown together in the 80s. I was 80s, okay? Earth colors and all this stuff, throw it out, okay? This is modern, this is a good design, but there's a lot of things you can do with it. And it's also a good location. And you talk about restaurants, to the east of there is 2 opportunities for restaurants. Sit down. So that's obvious. You could put restaurants there. Now you're carrying over people from across the street. Sit-down restaurants are possibilities. So all that's in that area. Nothing personal about Jack in the Box, but you know, okay. But sit-down restaurants, there's that opportunity. It's an easy opportunity. But also that location, that area will draw from other people from other places. So Moreno Valley is much can come from the north and from the east and from the west and south. You've got people that can come to this, and there's nowhere else in that area. Because you were kind of stuck with warehouses to the west, you have no choice. But here you have that corner. That's why we don't like giving up that kind of stuff. You know, and people say business park won't work. They will work, business parks. It's an effort to make sure that you get them to work. You know, and it takes work, it takes effort. But other than that, I think it's well designed. The architecture, I leave it to our architect here. He was pretty nice to you today. But it's really nice architecture. We appreciate it. And I think the staff will work with that administratively with that industrial warehouse to the west. We're not telling you everything. I'm just telling you what can tell in the meeting. There's other stuff I'm just not going to say here. But enough to say, no, I'm not, because I know other things. But suffice to say that they need to be worked with in terms of that in and out thing, and that could become an issue. But I'll leave that to staff, and they will work it out. So with that, I have no problem with this project whatsoever, and I say good luck. With it, and like I say, just get rid of the palm trees. I can think Italian cypress is probably the best example because it's almost no maintenance. You know, they boom, and that's it. Yeah. But anyway, I have nothing else unless you guys have something else to add. Okay, and so let me read this real quick, and we'll get on to. I know. Well, what do you expect? We've been a whole month we haven't been here. Come on. Okay. This public hearing 6A was 6A, was now 6C. Specific plan amendment 23-05029 and tentative parcel map 23-05028, TPM 38739. Development plan review 22-00031. A proposal to facilitate construction of a business park development consisting of 3 multi-tenant buildings totaling 66,686 square feet on 4.37 acres. Located on the northwest corner of Paris Boulevard, Harley Knox Boulevard, within the commercial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Specific Plan, necessitating an SPA to include a planned development overlay to allow the proposed business park use in a commercially zoned property. TPM to consolidate 6 parcels into 3 parcels, and a DPR for the site plan and building elevations. And the proposal is to adopt Resolution 25-03, recommending that the City Council adopt Mitigated Negative Declaration 2401 and the Mitigation, Monitoring, and Reporting Program, and approve Specific Plan Amendment 23-05029, Tentative Parcel Map 23-05028, TPM 38739, and Development Plan Review 22-00031. To facilitate construction of a business park totaling 66,686 square feet on 4.37 acres, based on the findings contained herein and subject conditions of approval. And so they have to help me with some of these things. I think the idea was at the southern portion, fingers, maybe widening those. I think the standard is maybe 6 feet. Looking at administratively, looking at widening those there. And so it doesn't also not deflect from viewing there, but some idea of landscaping there. Palm trees, actually. I want to see if we can do away with the palm trees, if that's okay. And I only mentioned Italian cypress. I'll leave it to you. It could be California native, but you know, it's better. It's a more elegant entrance when you have Italian cypress. It's more elegant. Okay. The gates. I think you were talking about locked gates as a security issue, and that's something that's that's a consideration, something to work out. But we're talking about the west end. Like all of them. Oh. Oh, okay, okay. So, but possibility of lock gates. Okay, and I think I got, unless I missed something.
I'm not sure if you still want to consider adding a condition requiring a do not block signage at the shared access point on the west side of the property.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you, ma'am.
I think that's just an option. If it works, it works. So I don't know if it has to be I don't think it has to be a requirement.
Should we add it as like maybe an advisory condition or?
Or say the words, the contract words, if applicable.
Or if applicable, yes.
You tell I wrote contracts, right? Yeah. So that way, if applicable, it's agreed upon, blah, 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 you kind of take that. So it has to be, if applicable. That means the other one agrees, this one agrees, okay. And you save the city. Mm-hmm. Okay. So those are the four. I don't think I can repeat them, but those are the four. And the proposal is to recommend approval of this project or the other. So who would like to make a motion on that?
I can make a motion.
Okay, we have Commissioner Menez,
And I'll second.
and seconded by Commissioner Jimenez. He's trying to get me on that one. Jimenez. Okay, yeah, okay. Gee.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Menez,
Yes?
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes?
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With 5 yes and 0 no's, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much and appreciate all the comments. It has to be for or against, but we appreciate all the comments, all the input. And we have Mr. Brown over there. I've been taking copious notes on everything, I'm sure, right? With that, we move on. Now I got the right order now.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Take a quick break? Okay. Well, we better not because it's almost 10. It's after 10. Yeah, if you need to go, yeah. What should I song and dance or sing here, or what should I do? We got free time. You want to make a quick recess? Okay. Yeah. A necessary recess. How about that?
additional signage along highways and freeways, specifically along the I-215. And staff since then has been working diligently in order to develop some type of policy framework that can be presented before the Planning Commission for your consideration. So staff has developed a policy framework that would allow what we're referring to as off-site freeway signage in conjunction with commercial shopping centers on commercially zoned land. Overall, this policy framework is a change, and the purpose of it is to enhance visibility for businesses that are not easily seen from freeways. Overall, this is being proposed in that some businesses struggle with some of the visibility that they typically try to obtain by being next to I-215, as well as the surrounding streets. And they do this because they have a wide variety of physical limitations. Sometimes it's just their overall location. Sometimes it has to do with topography of the site, where they're just not getting the visibility. And so some of those concerns have been communicated to the city, and this is staff's attempt to develop a framework that would inject additional flexibility as part of our commercial zoning standards that would allow them to potentially incorporate provisions for off-site freeway signs that would allow signage on off-site parcels as long as they are adjacent to freeways and within 150 feet of an existing shopping center. So first off, I wanted to provide an example so that conceptually it makes sense to the Planning Commission. One of the examples that we have is the Paris de Plaza Shopping Center, where due to its size and topography, some of the businesses have limited visibility, both along the freeway and along the surrounding streets. In this specific scenario, the proposed zoning code text amendment would allow businesses at the shopping center to advertise as part of an off-site freeway sign on a city-owned parcel to the west. So the parcel there, shown in blue, is the city-owned parcel, and potentially they would be allowed to establish one structure, one sign that could include either a single sign or multiple signs in order to try to increase the visibility that they're looking for. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that currently the zoning code does have provisions with regards to freeway signs. One of the issues with that, however, is that typically those freeway signs are required to be located on the same parcel as the business that's it advertises for. So you're not allowed to be off-site. The legislation that we've developed before you today would allow for the sign to be located off-site. So it would allow it to be located on a parcel other than where the business is located, which is something that is unique in nature. So overall, we've developed a wide variety of provisions to try to regulate these in a responsible fashion in order to overall enhance the signage while still providing standards that are going to control the amount and the location where these signs are going to be located. One of the things that we've included is an overall shopping center area. So any shopping center that's over 5 acres would be allowed to take advantage of this requirement. Any shopping center that's less than 5 acres would not. With regards to location, the property would have to be commercially zoned and adjacent to a freeway right-of-way, as well as within 150 feet of a commercial shopping center. With regards to number of signs, they would be limited to one structure. They are allowed to have multiple tenants, multiple panels on the structure, but the structure would be limited to one per commercial shopping center. A city logo would be required to be incorporated into the overall design of the structure. With regards to sign area and height, the height would be limited to 50 feet, and the area would be limited to 100 square feet in area. Once again, the number of sign panels could be limited to a single tenant, but the policy framework that we developed also allows for multiple tenants to take advantage of this on one structure. There would be no digital signage allowed as part of this, so any signage proposed would have to be static signage, no digital panels or LEDs or anything like that. With regards to sign design and materials, the off-site sign has to be architecturally compatible and complementary to the shopping center as well as to the surrounding area. Now, the permitting process would still require a conditional use permit. So anybody looking to take advantage of this specific policy framework, if it was to be adopted eventually by city council, they would be required to secure a conditional use permit, which would come before the planning commission for consideration. Any deviation from any development standards could potentially require a minor adjustment or a variance as well. That's basically it. Staff is recommending that the planning commission adopt resolution number 25-05, recommending that the city council determine that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines, and approve the zoning code text amendment 25-05059 to update chapter 1975 to allow for off-site freeway signage associated with commercial shopping centers. That concludes the presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions that the members of the commission may have pertaining to this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We may just have a few questions, so if you have some, go for it.
Thank you, Rafael, for the presentation. I just have one question in regards to sign standard number 8. Because I know usually the signs, they don't get, the design doesn't get approved until later in the project. So is that going to be up to the city staff's discretion?
Obviously, when projects come before the planning commission, there's a wide variety of items that you look into. When it comes to this, it's mostly just going to be, you're going to be looking at location, height, and how does it look? Does it look pretty? So that's something that it would all get done as part of the CUP process. It would be kind of a one and done deal. There's not much other than that the planning commission would really be looking for other than that.
Okay.
And to potentially condition the project.
Got you. Thank you.
There may be certain moments where somebody may want to go additional height, or they may want to deviate from some of these standards. We have included a provision there that would allow them to potentially do that with a variance or a minor adjustment.
Got you. Thank you so much.
So as an architect, I always try to clarify, is 100 square feet or 150 square feet one side of the sign or both sides of the sign? Or is it 100 square feet for each side?
The way we've interpreted that is that it would be 100 on one side, and then they would be allowed to have on each side. Since
So
it's a
total of
most
200.
likely it would be a two-sided sign.
Correct. So we're allowed 200 square feet
Correct.
technically?
And one of the things that I've already contemplated on that was that I suspect that especially if we get a request for multi-tenant signs, they're going to want more signage than that. Now, you might say, well, why did we limit it to 100? The reason we did that is because there's already a policy within the zoning ordinance that specifically limits these types of signs to that square footage. So we decided to honor the intent of the zoning ordinance by still limiting the signage to 100 square feet and allowing the planning commission to consider additional square footage in the future through the CUP process.
Okay, so item number 6 says the number of panel signs. Well, excuse me, number 5 says sign area and height. This limits us to 50 feet and 100 square feet, but the dialogue box actually says for joint use, can you want to put something in additional in writing for the joint use in that same item 5 that says you can go to 150 square feet plus 60, 150 square feet?
We can include a provision, I guess it says 100 square feet per side. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm looking at the box above that.
City, which number?
So in your section 19.75 100, permitted signs and standard use of freeway, you have one business freeway sign, and then under that is joint use freeway signs. Number of signs is 1. Area sign is for the one business freeway, says 100 square feet, and a sign height is 25 feet or 50 feet within 300 feet of freeway interchange. And then you have joint use freeway sign, which is multiple signs. One freeway sign, 150 square feet, which is advertising 2 signs. But then line item 5 changes to the proposed zones. Actually just says sign area and height. It only gives us the option for a single sign. Can we add additional language in there for
We
the
can, we can add, we
multi-use?
can add additional language that the planning commission believes is appropriate.
Because I'm sure that's going to be, you know, a question in there that you're already limiting, you're already saying, yes, we can do that, except for it's not in written form. We can add that, that's fine.
Commissioner Shively, are you asking to increase the sign area?
No, I'm looking at this text box right there.
The red commercial area, and it's the 100 square sign area, number of signs, sign height.
So it says 150 feet whenever you're doing more than one tenant.
Well, that's what it says right here.
Correct. So we can go ahead and include that provision so that it references 150 square feet minimum whenever it's more than one tenant.
If that's what the intent was.
It was.
Sign. But the written format, only on line 5, just says, gives you the option for one sign at 100 feet, square feet. That's all I got.
Single tenant, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of,
So yeah, some of the older regulations, sometimes they're, to be honest with you, they're difficult to interpret. And what we try to do typically, Commissioner Shively, is as we move forward with developing policies, we try to make the policies as easy to understand as possible. And so sometimes we try to amend the language, but I think that's a good catch, and I think we can definitely include it as part of the provisions.
Yep, thank you.
I did want to ask, you know, I like driving around a lot, and there are signs. I'm thinking of one, I think it's off of the 210, like in the Upland, like newer Fontana area. I was wondering if it was possible to have like a template, because I understand our city, the way it's shaped is a little bit different. So we're going to see several signs through our various exits. So it would be nice to have, I understand, you know, variances in color, but like having a schematic or something that is like representative of our city for those marquees, especially because it's going to be on city-owned property, right? Normally.
Not necessarily.
necessarily?
In the example that we gave you,
It is.
we kind of just presented
Okay.
that because that happens to be a fact in that case.
Oh, okay.
It happens to be city-owned property, but it does not have to be.
Okay.
So it can be any property as long as it is commercially zoned within 100 feet of a commercial shopping center and for the purposes of advertising associated with that commercial shopping center.
Okay.
But with regards to that, so we can add some type of language or have some type of concept. I think that was the purpose of the conditional use permit, was to kind of give
Yeah.
to give the applicant carte blanche to propose something that's going to enhance the overall commercial signage, and at the same time give the planning commission every opportunity to review and potentially even have an ad hoc. You know, those meetings are typically very
Yeah.
helpful, and I think that process would end up being very very beneficial to the applicant in that case. Sometimes when you provide regulations, sometimes we end up pigeonholing certain developers. We hear it because, you know, I work with staff and we staff the public planning counter, and they say, hey, this regulation is really restrictive. It's giving us a really hard time. And so we try to make this, we tried to develop a policy framework that's going to extend just enough flexibility, but still allow the planning commission to ultimately be the approving authority. So all of these approvals would require planning commission review and approval once they get submitted to the city.
Okay, but only if they want to make variances, right? Otherwise, it would just be,
No, the conditional use permit would be required for any sign looking to take advantage of this provision.
oh, okay.
So they would all require, even if they comply with the height and with the square footage requirement.
Okay.
If they
yeah.
wanted to go above and beyond that, it would be a conditional use permit with a variance.
Okay.
So you would have those two items to consider.
I would like ad hocs for the initial ones, just
I think-
because we want to set, just like we do with any coming into the city,
Mm-hmm.
something like this is going to be the face of our city. So I really feel like an ad hoc would be a good place instead of bringing it here and then having discussions and maybe even having, I know like we have our plant palette, maybe having samples of signs that we see or that we think might be a good fit. That way, that's like a starting point instead of, not to pigeonhole, but like multiple examples. Because I know some of them like the pretty ones with the arch and the stone on the side. Some of them just like the traditional 1950s diner type things. Like there's different types. So I think, okay. So my second question is, has to be over 5 acres, and it has to be, what was the distance from the freeway?
It has to be adjacent to a freeway.
Adjacent to the freeway.
And within 150 feet of a commercial shopping center. So the intent there was to allow these in conjunction with larger shopping centers.
Yeah, okay.
So that was the intent. Based on the feedback that we get as we move forward, we'll try to incorporate anything else, but that's why we're bringing it before the Planning Commission for your consideration.
Okay. Yeah, I think I know what you mean, because like the one that I'm referring to off of the 210, there's like an Ulta, an Old Navy, there's a few restaurants, and it's like they're on a hill, so you wouldn't be able to ever see them. But because they're on that sign, you know they're in that general vicinity, not immediate, but they're within a radius.
Yeah, and some of the concerns that we received is that typically the most desirable panel is typically the highest panel on the sign whenever it's multiple tenant. And so that tenant ends up getting sort of this unfair advantage. And then they're like, well, what about the rest of us? And so this is just an additional alternative that's being proposed. And it serves as an economic development tool. Obviously, we saw all the items that came in today. A lot of them were industrial nature, not all of them, but some of them. And we're providing sort of an alternative here to help our commercial corridors.
And so we're only looking at this section, right? We're not looking at the other section. The other sections were provided, but this is the only for reference, but this is the only section. Fine.
I did make some changes to
Okay.
page 23 of 24. And that's just kind of to clean it up. We received feedback from the city council in a prior meeting.
Yeah.
And they mentioned that they had concerns regarding some of the discoloration and fading
Yes.
associated with our signs. I
Yes.
didn't have to include it, but I included that verbiage now as part of this because I'm sure they wanted something in the code. We're in the process of attempting to address some of those concerns, but we wanted to have something codified so that when we reach out to our commercial businesses, we can have a code section to refer to.
Appreciate that, because that is, okay, that is something that I had also noticed, that they begin to fall apart, or there's like a hole and there's a beautiful sign and there's a light.
I'm in the process too of working with our staff. Signage typically, just from working in a wide variety of communities, I haven't seen them fade this severely. This is something that's unique to this city, I think. It's possible because they've said because of the heat. And so I'm trying to see if there's a way to work with the manufacturers so that they can provide better materials, better paint, so that they don't fade. Typically, they don't fade, but I noticed that there was comments from city council, and so that was in an attempt to address some of their concerns.
Yeah, the Capizon signs don't fade. So I'm sure it's whatever project they're using here to be economical. So, because I mean, Capizon is a lot hotter than here. Indio, we don't get the fading. So the finish or something, or like some kind of polish that they do at the end. But I appreciate that, because that is something that I noticed, that they put up a sign and like 2 weeks later, the sun's already ate through the color.
Perhaps the color should be like a Carnar finish or something, because Carnar usually holds its color, doesn't fade very well.
Yeah, just real quick, and we're going to prolong it. One of the things, and just looking at this too, and she mentioned one of the things, the variance, because if you want a 65-foot sign, you want a 65-foot sign. I don't like holding it to 50 in and out. Nobody would see in and out if that sign wasn't that high. You wouldn't see it. You have to have high signs. Don't limit it to 50. Variance, if you want 65, might be necessary. Multi-tenant signs, the one you picked, Plaza de Paris, that's a great example of a horrible signs. As poor management, lack of code, whatever, but that, and everybody notices that one. It fades. How cheap can you be? Okay, that's cheap. I hate that. So put up a sign that's going to be worthwhile, if it's a lighted background, whatever to do, but that is an indictment on this city to see that sign. I know you're going to talk about the Rite Aid, that's another story. But you have other tenants in there, and they should, if they're going to be on that sign, then it should be well lit. And I think it may have to be a COA or some other thing put in there to say that you will maintain this sign like we do with landscaping and everything else. You will maintain this sign in a viable condition, such and such and such. That is a solution. We're going to put it in writing that you have to do it. Okay? So as a condition of approval, whoever this development is, you will maintain that sign. You have to put stuff in writing and make people do it. So if you don't put it in writing, no, we'll put it in writing. So we put the sign up, you will take care of the sign. I think that's not simple, but I think there needs to be a way to get them to do it. My other thing too, we talk about city-owned property, but what about Caltrans? You know, if you have to have a sign that's going near a freeway, are we going to ignore, they're going to say nothing about a sign in their right of way, or are we just going to say, you know, Caltrans, be nice guys and take it? So how are they going to function if you have Caltrans near the freeway? I believe they're going to want to say something about that, or will say something.
Yeah, and we would work with Caltrans, just like with any other development. I mean, you don't have to have it in writing because we know that there is they're right away adjacent to the site. So they have their own requirements too for signs adjacent to the right of way facing the freeway, illumination, height, and so forth. So we would have to comply with the requirements as well.
But that's another potential obstacle if you have to work with them, you know, Caltrans, right? Maybe 3 years from now, you get it approved and, you know, they might discuss it. Getting them to move is not the easiest thing. I'm just telling you right now. But I think that's an important issue because Caltrans could, you know, if you're in that, yeah.
I can speak to that concern. There's language in the proposed ordinance that says that the city's regulations on this are in addition to and only to the extent stricter than the applicable provisions of the California Outdoor Advertising Act, which is what Caltrans administers, and they're going to issue a permit under the Outdoor Advertising Act for, you know, if it's a freeway sign that's off-site advertising, you know, it's restricted under that act. So they would need to get a Caltrans permit, and then the city's regulations can supplement and be stricter than those regulations. And so that's the intent here, that they would then need to comply with the city requirements also.
I guess my more concern with Caltrans is the timeliness. The timeliness of getting them to move. We're still waiting on the freeway to be fixed too, 250. But that should tell you, just getting, it's not the factory requirement, it's just getting them to move the cycle, because you have to go through them, and we mentioned EMWD today. So you have to go through other entities, so that kind of makes it a little bit more difficult. But beyond that, lastly, and I've stopped, is that signs that like the one in Paris Plaza, I can understand it because you got entities that might be farther to the east and along Paris Boulevard. There's no way to advertise unless you have a sign there. So it needs to be multi-tenant. And if you want Del Taco, or if you want one of these other ones, there you have to drive all the way to see it. If you put it on the sign, it makes perfect sense. At least you know it's in that direction, in that general shopping area. You know, unless you live in Paris, you wouldn't know Kentucky Fried Chicken was down the street unless you drove by it, right? So it's one of those things, if it's a large enough area, you know Walmart can't help but see Walmart. But there's other things in there. So the idea of the sign makes perfect sense, that you would have multiple tenants. It's just maintaining the signs is my issue. Not getting the sign up, is maintaining it. And that's something that we may have to consider writing for, how we would write that into that. Because, you know, and I'm sure the council said the same thing, maintaining them. You know, they fade. You know, and it's an indictment on your city when you come in and you can, what does that say? It was there a week ago now. Yeah. I think that's pretty much it for me. And especially if it's non-digital. Even a digital age, we're saying non-digital. So tenants come, tenants go, they may close up. Okay, so you have those signs, you can take them off. But I just think maintenance is, to me, my number one issue is maintenance. Yeah. And that's it for me, unless you guys have something else.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Hammond. My question is should there or is there any limitation for a major sign holder of someone on the current property? Can they have additional signage for this in this new condition. So if a large tenant of the property wants to have a second sign on the freeway sign, is that an option, or is that limiting, should it be limiting to that major sign holder on the property site? Or is this trying to get a smaller business holder?
So with regards to that, there's nothing in the language that would preclude, let's say, the anchor tenant from taking advantage of this.
Taking both spaces?
There's nothing that would preclude them from taking advantage of it. However, with regards to having multiple signs, they could potentially take advantage of that. Or we could, include a provision, but the intent of the underlying language was to provide additional flexibility so that some of the folks, maybe the little guys or the guys that aren't getting as much visibility, to provide this as a tool, as an alternative. So that's the intent. Now, is there anything in there specifically that's prescribing that? No, it would be, that language would be difficult to kind of develop. We could limit it to say no more than one sign per tenant, but that'd be something that we'd have to work on. We didn't draft language specifically limiting an anchor tenant from establishing a second sign on the site.
Because sometimes there's two signs on site, one on each major street, but in a lot of times multiple tenants or tenants are on both sides, where some people are not even included. This gives an opportunity to perhaps a larger tenant to have 3 signage and smaller companies to have 0 signs. I don't know if is there something that we can do a limiting factor or anything else like that to?
Well, I think the intent here is that this is an amenity of a commercial shopping center. The commercial shopping center over 5 acres, it's a right that they have to have this. And it's amenity that comes with that sort of a development. It's associated with the development, and they have the right to have this one off-site freeway advertising sign.
I would guess if the original owner of the property, and it's a separate parcel, not all the time, but sometimes, in a separate owner. So the owner of the adjacent property is the one that has the rights to allow whatever tenant on the sign as he chooses.
The owner of the shopping center is going to control what tenants or anything else. And there should be something that says, it doesn't have to be commercial. Commercial copy can be substituted out for non-commercial copy. But who the tenant who gets, their name on that sign, it's going to be a deal that they work out with the shopping center owner.
But if it's not the shopping center property, they don't have no rights to it. And if I own the parcel next to it, and I say, hey, I noticed that you don't have a sign next on the building, I can offer you one right here.
Are you talking about the property owner who owns the freeway adjacent parcel?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have to grant a right to use their property to the commercial shopping center to install their sign there, whether it's a lease or whatever.
So if it's not them and they just, if it's a billboard sign, just like the advertisement, that you see all over the place, right, on the freeways, if they got the option to put a sign up there, and I'm adjacent a property owner that's separated from the shopping center, why can't I say, hey, I got an opportunity for 2 signs up there. Let me go to one of the tenants and put a sign up there. As long as my sign looks like their sign, I could do such thing.
Are you asking about whether they can use a freeway billboard that's an existing freeway billboard?
No, I want to build a sign that's adjacent to a shopping center that has nothing to do with the shopping center. Give a tenant the opportunity to put additional signage up there. Can I do that? Or it has to be explicitly the same property, or the owner has to own both parcels? Or can it be 2 separate parcels? And I don't think this case we want to be able to do that.
Well, the property owner doesn't necessarily have to own both parcels.
Correct.
The shopping center and the off-site sign.
So if I'm just the owner of the adjacent parcel and I can't do anything with my property because it's too small to put a building on there, or the, or it's too close to setbacks, and, now I got an opportunity to put something and use my property for something, then I don't have to come up with some agreement with the shopping center to put up a sign. As long as my sign, according to this, looks like the adjacent sign that's on the property, I could put up the correct square footage or signage.
I mean, you could have an agreement with the shopping center, because those signs are not
You
inexpensive.
don't really have to have an
Those
agreement
signs
with them
are
either, so.
in the 1 million and up dollars, so like,
Yeah, well,
a little mom and pop store is not going to be able to build a freeway sign.
No, it's just a
So-
rented space at that time.
Right, so it would have to be in coordination with the shopping center to be able to build a sign
Theoretically.
of that height and adjacent to the
Yeah,
freeway.
the shopping center is, the shopping center development is what's entitled to have this sign. It's not the owner of the freeway adjacent property. They're not entitled to have this type of sign. It's an amenity that goes with, it's a right, only the shopping center development that is over 5 acres has the right, the amenity of building this type of sign. And yes, it would be on an off-site parcel right next to it, that would be next to the freeway, and then they would need to strike a deal with that property owner. But that adjacent, freeway adjacent property owner couldn't just build this sign on their own because it's tied to a right of the shopping center development.
Is that explicitly stated in here?
We can include a provision that says that,
I'm just playing devil's
Shopping-
advocate, because if I'm a adjacent property owner, it's like, hey, now I just got an opportunity. If I want to go spend $500,000 building a sign and release it to 2 tenants on that shopping center, why can't I do that?
Yeah, so I think
And
that.
I'm
that
sure there
intro-
is some opportunity someplace that can occur.
So that intro paragraph just needs to add some language, which I had suggested some language to state. So currently it states, off-site freeway signs for a shopping center may be permitted subject to the following provisions. We could say, instead, freeway signs that are not located on the same parcel as the entity identified and that do not constitute joint use freeway signs or billboards may be permitted only in connection with commercial shopping center developments and are subject to the following provisions. So they may be permitted, the key language is they may be permitted only in connection with commercial shopping center developments.
Do we want to actually exclude some people? Because what if they don't want to deal with the shopping center? That precludes anybody that wants to deal with the shopping center.
Exclude who?
A property owner that is not associated with the shopping
Right,
center.
right. It would only be the owner of the shopping center would be the only one that has the right to this amenity, this special type of sign that they are eligible to obtain.
But I'm not exactly sure if that's fair to do so.
It's, as long as you're not regulating the content of the signs in an improper manner, I think it's customary for certain developments to have certain additional sign amenities. For example, it's customary for a large commercial shopping center to have the right to install monument signs. Two monument signs, one on each
But that's
frontage.
on-site.
Right, right. And so
But
this is
we're
the
talking
offsite
about
variation.
off-site,
This is the offsite variation
and
of that.
it may be a different owner completely.
Right, right. It's an offsite amenity rather than an onsite amenity, and as a result, they need to work with the owner of that property to get a right to put the sign there, in addition to having the right under the code.
Correct, but so it's either the adjacent property goes to the shopping center, say, hey, I got this small parcel, you willing to do that? Or if the property wants to do it on his own free and will and not associate it with the shopping center, besides making the sign look like their own.
So I believe the question there is, should we require
Be
shopping
associated.
ownership authorization as part of this? not just property owner, because the property owner is a given. So there's no need to discuss the property owner. If the offsite parcel, we're going to require the owner to provide authorization. But does this process require shopping center ownership authorization?
The whole idea behind this proposal is to, like Rafael indicated, is to provide visibility of businesses that are not readily visible from the freeway and provide that opportunity to improve their business. It's not intended to have a proliferation of freeway signs, freeway-oriented signs, and that's the reason why we specifically included commercial shopping centers of specific size and provided a separation requirement from the off-site sign. So it does not appear as we are advertising kind of like a billboard, right? Billboards advertise businesses anywhere in the city or the county. So the whole idea is to somehow tie that sign to the commercial shopping center. And that's the reason for the separation, the minimum separation requirement. And the size of the commercial shopping center is because of the size of the commercial shopping center, some businesses are going to be at a disadvantage. When you have smaller shopping centers, businesses have the opportunity to be seen when they have building signs or monument signs. It's those large shopping centers where the businesses within the interior of the center have a disadvantage. So that's the reason why we are coming forward with you with this provision.
And the 5 acres is not an issue for me. It's just, say there's a mall on the side of this freeway, but there's a little store, there's a little parcel there that's not associated with the mall. You're saying, no, they can't do it unless they make some agreement with the mall owner.
Well, then you're going to have freeway signs all over the place. And that's not something that we're striving for.
Right. Well,
They could
yes.
have a monument sign, because if it's a small parcel, they're going to have frontage on a public right-of-way, and the code allows for monument signs and building signs.
So I think in that case, they need to have some agreement with the property owner that's tied to, like he said, tied to a relationship with the two parcel owners together, an agreement between the two.
If they're part of the shopping center, they would have to be part of a shopping center. It couldn't be like you have a shopping center and next door there is a dental office. It doesn't, you know when it's a business is part of a shopping center. So it wouldn't work that way. If you are within the part of the shopping center, then you would have the ability to be on that freeway sign. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to control which businesses have the ability to have access to a freeway sign. It would be any business in the city. And like I said, it would be very difficult to control the proliferation of freeway-oriented signs.
No, I mean, our language here says 5 acres within 660 square feet, or 660 feet. Right, so that says not any parcel in the city can have a freeway sign. It's just, that's limited to 660 feet away plus 5 acres, which that's limited as it is right there. I'm just saying that if I am a dentist office and my property land falls within that category, why can't I add a sign?
You are part of the shopping center, you could be considered for that freeway sign.
But
If you're not part of the shopping center, then you don't fall under the category of a commercial shopping center that's 5 acres.
But you're not 5 acres. The parcel doesn't have to be 5 acres that have an additional sign.
The shopping center needs to be 5 acres.
The shopping center has to be,
Right,
but not the individual parcel that's carrying the sign.
But if the individual parcel carry the sign, no, you're right.
So if I do have a small office and I want to put a sign there, does that say, no, I can't do that?
If your office is within the shopping center, then you could be on the sign. If the office is not within the shopping center, the answer is no.
You can have a monument sign like everyone. on the ground, which
But yeah.
I think that's what they're relegating it to, that.
I'm digging my heels in something that's probably not.
I know what you're
I'm just
saying.
trying to set the point that an adjacent property owner just give the opportunity or ask the opportunity without the association of the 5-acre parcel.
I think what he's asking is, do they need authorization from the shopping center to submit the application?
Correct.
That's the question. So it's just a matter.
As an individual property owner that's not tied to the 5 acres,
No, what
would
he's
like
saying,
the
what he's saying
opportunity
is.
to create a
so
business
let-
for themselves.
Let me use the example that you guys are using. The dentistry or the dentist office is part of the shopping center. No, he's saying it is. It is part of the.
No,
shop-
it's not.
Oh, it's not, then it
This
would
is a
not.
separate parcel that's adjacent to the freeway that
Not- but not part of a
falls
shopping
within the
center?
category of 660 feet.
No, that's not, that. No.
No,
It
'cause
would have
it's
to
not
be
a
part of the
5-acre.
shopping center.
Yeah, it's not part of the 5-acre shopping center.
But that
And
parcel
even if
doesn't
you-
have to be associated with the shopping center.
It does in order to get this benefit.
Yeah.
Right.
But
As-
it's two different property owners.
It doesn't matter.
See, Commissioner Shiley, if you have a parcel with with a medical office building, you could have a building sign and a monument sign. And usually those parcels with an office building or one building, they have the ability to have frontage on a public right-of-way. What we're trying to help here are those businesses that have no access to public right-of-way, no visibility from public right-of-way. And usually that falls for businesses within large shopping centers. And that's the reason for this whole amendment.
I'll rest my case. I agree, I disagree, but
Yeah, and if you were that freeway adjacent property owner and you were given the right to have this additional off-site freeway advertising sign, if we were to do an ordinance to do that, we wouldn't be able to mandate that sign can only advertise a shopping center. So not only would you have a potential proliferation of signs, it wouldn't achieve the intent.
But according to these descriptions, they can only advertise, that new sign can only advertise that 5-acre shopping center.
Or the tenants within it, or you can substitute non-commercial copy for a commercial copy.
Yes.
We need to put that in the ordinance. We're gonna,
Something,
planning to add that.
I think something
Yeah,
like
they're
that.
very, yeah. I guess.
Yeah, and I think too, like saying,
can get
because there's
really-
a difference, there's like freeway signs, there's joint use freeway signs and off-site freeway signs. So I see what he's saying, like I could qualify for Article 3 because if I have a little corner that touches or the neighbor, then I can have one sign here, one sign here, one sign here. So I think it says it on 5D, a maximum of one off-site sign may be permitted and associated with a commercial shopping center. I think we need to write that everywhere within any category. Like when we're talking about freeway signages, you can only qualify for one. Because I can't join your offsite and be like, okay, my name's there, but then I'm gonna join another one and then have my own, because now I have my own and I can pay for it. So I think just putting that in all of them, so you can't have a freeway one, a joint one, and an offsite one. Like you only get to have one sign.
Yeah, we can put that like in the intro paragraph and possibly with, corresponding edits with the joint. There might be some edits on the joint use freeway sign, but between those, there's only one for this type of situation.
Yes, because we have some shopping centers that are long, there were 5 acres, but I could have one at the beginning where it's just mine, one in the middle, and then one offsite. Yes, because I'll do another one here, yes. So only one, you only qualify for one of those signs.
As an owner of a 5+ acre shopping center or tenant within it.
Yes, yes.
A tenant of that 5 acres can search out a property owner that meets these restrictions and say, are you willing to put up a sign for me?
Yes, I got you.
Yeah, and the property owner could even approach the shopping center or the tenant and say,
Yes.
hey, did you know that you have the right to this amenity? And by the way, you can apply for this to the city and I'll give you the lease that you need. So they could still approach them, it's just they wouldn't be the applicant.
Yeah, so it can work both ways. Either a tenant of that
Yeah.
shopping center that would like the opportunity,
Yeah.
or the property owner can go search either the property owner of the 5-acre parcel or a tenant owner.
Right,
Or a tenant
yes.
user.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. It took me a second, but I got you.
Any other discussion, guys? Are you okay?
No, I think Jack was saying what I had been thinking about is limiting it so that we don't have 1,000. I was thinking about limiting two, about how many we could have or a distance between them or something along those lines. Because the way our city's built, I might have a shopping center on this side and a shopping center on this side. So am I gonna have two
Okay,
parallel?
I can speak to that. So keep in mind that anything within 660 feet of the edge of the freeway right-of-way on either side is subject to the Outdoor Advertising Act, California state law, which has distance separation requirements. You can't put any freeway advertising within, a certain distance of an interchange. You can't have one billboard within a certain distance of another or any type of advertising. And then it severely restricts any type of off-site advertisement. So it says, no advertising is permitted except the following, and it lists specific types of advertisements that are allowed within that freeway area. One is like directional signage, like signage of specific interest to travelers, and then there's like electric message systems, so it there's only narrow categories of off-site advertising that are allowed under the Outdoor Advertising Act, and they also have distance and separation related requirements for the things that are permitted. So that's why our ordinance makes sure that, yes, we're contemplating this type of situation, but we're stating that only to the extent, this is in addition to the requirements of the Outdoor Advertising Act. So they need to comply with that, get whatever necessary permits, and then if they can do that, they also need to comply with these supplemental requirements if they want to get the city permit.
Okay, so those limitations are independent of it's an offsite or it's my property, right? It like those limitations don't exclude, because if it's offsite, like let's say this one, on this side of the freeway, it's offsite, but on this side of the freeway, it's the owner on their site. Does that still fall within that category of those limitations, or does it separate where because this is offsite and this is property owned?
The separation requirements are you have to be X amount of feet from any interchange, and then one sign has to be X amount of feet from another sign.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. I just want to make sure that that was the case, because this side might be right bordered up to the freeway, so that would be like an on-site sign, where on this side, it's like 25 feet, so it would be like, close. But if those limitations are already there, where it's independent of it's on my property, somebody else's property, my neighbors, whatever, like if those limitations are already there and it doesn't matter ownership, then I am okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say about offsite onsite is that the Outdoor Advertising Act severely restricts off-site freeway advertisements, but doesn't really regulate on-site, or not nearly as strictly. The general rule of the Outdoor Advertising Act is that off-site freeway advertisements are prohibited, and then they carve out certain exemptions that allow for it, and then they have to meet certain requirements, that certain sign area shape, and only certain specified types. But I don't think the offsite onsite, those regulations are not really directly related to the spacing requirements.
Would we be able to put that into our ordinance?
That's all in the state Outdoor Advertising Act and the federal standards. We've stated in our ordinance that in addition to and to the extent stricter than applicable provisions of the Outdoor Advertising Act, we require the following. We have the authority to regulate supplemental and more strictly than the Outdoor Advertising Act, but we do not have the authority to allow something that's prohibited by the Outdoor Advertising Act. And they have extensive restrictions when it comes to spacing, but we can make it stricter on spacing.
Yeah, I would like to, because I think I heard you say that there aren't regulations for on-site, or they're not as strict as on-site. So we can have one potentially every 5 acres if it's on-site, as long as they're bordering the freeway, right? If we're talking about 5-acre lots, like if I have 5 acres, Lopez has 5 acres across the freeway, I can have an on-site sign, he can have an on-site sign, and then further up, 5 acres, he has.
Yeah, we could probably include spacing requirements.
I think we should include
to the extent
spacing.
stricter than state law.
Stricter than state law, yes, because that is my concern. Well, we all have 5 acres lined up to each other. In 25 acres, there's 5 signs.
But remember, this
Yeah.
this ordinance would only be allowing
Commercial shopping centers.
one sign
Yeah.
per
Oh, yeah,
5+
we're having
acre
commercial shopping centers. We're big ballers. Yeah.
So it would only be, all this ordinance would be allowing would be up to one off-site freeway sign per 5+ acre shopping
Yeah.
center, which there are, how many in the city? One?
A few.
So
A
the
few,
total
but
number
we
of signs
have
that would be
land.
permitted by this ordinance
Yeah.
would be in 1, 2, 3, that number.
For now, but we do have some land where,
Oh.
they were going to do some stuff with, and then they weren't,
Mm.
and maybe they are. I just want to make sure that we're stricter than,
You could put a spacing
ordinance.
requirement just to be safe.
I think we should.
Is it shopping centers or is it any sales marketing center, for example? I'm not exactly sure how large our auto mall is. Is that is it strictly shopping centers
It's an amenity that's strictly of shopping centers that are 5+ acres.
or is it a sales center that sells anything? If I sell RVs, then I'm
Commercial
following
shopping
restrictions.
center is all it says. It doesn't have more detail than that.
Okay.
But
Is-
you
and
could
is that
state
the
that any
intent?
sign that is, as an additional requirement here, you could state, any sign that's authorized by the city under this ordinance or under this new section must also be a minimum of 500 feet or 1,000 feet from any other sign that's authorized pursuant, which I think that's a good change, yeah.
Okay, any other questions for staff? I think we've pretty much gotten detail. Well, it's been a month since we met, so, it stacks up. Anyway, as far as, since this is a city thing, we don't need a vote or anything on it, we'll just make recommendations.
You would vote to adopt the resolution, which is a recommendation
Oh,
to
so we got a lot of
council.
stuff, so a lot of stuff was kind of added, amended. Hopefully got some of that, because I didn't
You
think.
could just, provide direction to staff to make edits per the
Yeah, 'cause we-
discussion and submit that to council.
Just because I can't remember it, okay.
And it takes a little bit of, kind of looking
Yes,
at it in light of the
yes.
discussion and making the right edits.
Okay, so with that, okay, I'm glad you said that. Requested action to adopt resolution 25-05, recommend the city council determine that the project is exempt from California Quality Act, CEQA guidelines pursuant to section 15061, common sense exemption of the CEQA guidelines and approves zoning code text amendment 25-05059 to update chapter 19.75 sign regulations to allow off-site freeway signs associated with commercial shopping centers based on the findings contained within, and notification for any changes and amendments as addressed by staff. Yes, I don't think you want to go through them all. Okay. Any motions for this one?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Go ahead and second it.
Got that, Sylvia?
Headaches.
Okay, moved by Commissioner.
Raphael. He's done with us.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Charlie,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes, yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Okay. Business items, there are none. We're going to keep it, I know, we're going to keep it. Okay. Commission members' announcements or reports, we're going to keep it brief, I'm pretty sure.
I was fortunate to attend the League of California Cities Planning Commission Academy. I joined with my colleagues. Had a good time seeing all the other cities. It was interesting the way they run their meetings and stuff like that, getting information on how they do things differently. So I just want to take a lot of that information that I took and apply it here for the future meetings. Also, in 2 weeks, we have the Color Run. Last year, I think it was a record number of people attending the run, so hopefully a lot more people could attend this year. I'll be joining as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of the residents there. April 5th, so mark your
Health-
calendars.
The health fair, right? Okay.
My brain is currently made out of applesauce, so I'm going to just kind of hop off of your, comments and say ditto. We attended the League of California Cities Planning Commissioners Academy, and it was amazing. I learned a ton. I had an amazing time networking with other planning commissioners and just learning and soaking up so much. And I'm just really excited to bring it back to Paris.
Good. I also joined the League of Cities and learned a little bit and had a few nice discussions with my fellow commissioners about non-commissioning stuff. So we did it non-Brown Act issues, or no Brown Act issues. Especially enjoyed Minna's company and listened to her her thoughts and policies and stuff like that. So I think it was very beneficial for all of us to have that lesson from the new commissioner's standpoint.
Yeah, the academy was amazing. It was really nice to bond with my colleagues and hear their stories because, in hearing our stories and sharing, we find out why we have certain perspectives, why we look at things a certain way. So that was really nice to get to know them in a non-commissioning way, but still knowing how their upbringing, their experiences influence who we are. Huge thanks to Mr. Shively. You're welcome for the amazing navigation I provided. We took the scenic route. You're welcome. It was really, but it was fun. It was really nice to share meals and break bread with them and have that experience, but also to listen to other cities. And we don't listen with judgment, but it was just interesting where I feel like, thanks to our staff, our attorney, we are very knowledgeable about the rules, regulations, reasons why we do things. We get a thorough background here, which made us proud. We weren't judgy at all, but we were happy that we felt knowledgeable in that space. And we have the expert mingler over here, network master. And oh yeah, every time we looked, he was with a different group and networking. And I want to be Mr. Lopez when I grow up. Playing chess, him and Shively were playing chess with I don't know who. I sit at my corner the whole time.
I got to teach Isaac how to play chess.
Yes. That was your first game?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that was
sacrificed my queen, but I still came back and won.
Wow.
No, I didn't let him win.
He made him think.
He would have earned it if I would have lost.
And today, so I'm part of a fellowship that UCLA does, and it was really interesting because one of the assignments we got to analyze was an inland empire. And this is a project that a teacher assigns to her students or seniors. And one of the projects is an oral history, but within that, it's so rich. It was about Mura Loma and how it has gone from harvest grounds to where it's at now. And it was a lot about the industrial footprint and environment and so many things. And it was just rich, with history and how to be an activist and different ways of oppression. And I was just really happy. So part of my job is I help support the Seal of Civic Engagement. And that's one of the things that we ask students to be active in community and be informed. And I was impressed that some a teacher somewhere, and I have to reach out to them, took the time, and they live in that community, so they're doing it like community-based. It's that high school that is impacted and is surrounded by that, and really digging in deep. It was amazing. I was impressed, let me tell you, and it takes a lot. But interestingly enough, the picture they used included Paris, and like it said, where industrial distribution within the Inland Empire. And this was from 2021, and already it was a pretty large footprint. I could point out where we were. It was pretty sad. And I was like, and this is 4 years old. I would want to see an updated map and see how we compare and how it's changed over time. So I just wanted to share that. Teachers out there are really also starting to focus our young minds to becoming involved participants in our community.
First and foremost, I want to thank Sylvie for setting up the whole thing. And we appreciate it. You got the airline tickets, you got all of this stuff, and you put it together. You get the check tomorrow, okay? Yeah, I've been to several of these. Santa Rosa I'd never even heard of, but I was very quiet. I was a good neighbor, and I'll substitute good Dwayne, okay? Because I had to listen to some stuff that I really wanted to slap some people because they don't know what they're talking about. But I sat there and said, no, I'm just going to listen to it. And some of these don't have a clue what they're talking about. But you listen to what we have to deal with here, and some of them what they have to deal with there. Like landscaping is the biggest thing. We have big, gigantic plants here, and those are issues like what color do you really? So you got to sit there and take that stuff, you know. But I think it's supposed to be in Anaheim next year. I'm not sure, but it should be in Riverside. It should be better. It should be in Riverside, Ontario. But we were represented. So Temecula was there. I think Murrieta was there. We were there, and we didn't fight with Menifee. Don't go there, okay? But we were in the same room. But okay. But we had a good time, and we walked everywhere. You want to get it downtown? Take a picture of Santa Rosa and put it here. You walked everywhere. No car. We walked down the street to restaurants. Old kind of style, old brick buildings. That's what you need here. And you got to clear out some properties to do that, but that's what's needed because you can walk everywhere. Nighttime, nobody on the street, nothing. They had meters in parking lots, but shops and things like that, and it was community kind of based shops, so it was really nice. And much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you to the city staff. And, onward up, I'm glad that you got exposed. And it's really good for people to come for the first time. And so it was a nice hotel. It was nice, everything. And the people were pretty nice. And I don't think it was many people as in Long Beach when I went. But again, it's Northern California. It's a little different. And their problems are not our problems. Fremont does not have the problems that Paris has. I can just tell you right now. But we probably should have been on the desk because we would have probably blown them away. But that's the way it is. So anyway, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And suffice to say, tomorrow I will be going to the reopening of the Copper Creek Park at 5 o'clock. Like I have nothing else. 5 o'clock, another with a shovel business. And that's a good thing. It's a 31 park. So I'll be there tomorrow at about 5 o'clock. And they had the skate park, but now it's the other part. I just drove by there, and they have the playground. All that stuff is there. It's beautiful. Well designed, and it's done. So this city is a park city, and we could be on the map anywhere in the United States. For this size community to have that many parks is unbelievable. Right? So suffice it, yeah, beautiful parks. Anyway, suffice to say, we'll more detail in the future, but I'll turn it over to our director, let's say planning manager, director, whatever you want to call it. Okay.
Well, good evening and thank you. I'm glad that everyone got to attend the Planning Academy and that you all enjoyed it. Those are good events to attend. You learn a lot from them. I have two events to announce. One is the community workshop that we're having on March 26th at 5 p.m. Here in the council chambers for the Paris Theater. We're wanting to get feedback from the community on the theater renovation design. So hopefully it's well attended. So that's coming up on Wednesday, the 26th at 5 p.m. if you can. The second event, Commissioner Lopez mentioned it, we have the health fair coming up on April 5th. That's a huge event for our community here, and we're all looking forward to it. So make sure you put that on your calendars as well. And then for upcoming items for the April 5th, I believe, it's, I'm sorry, April 2nd, Planning Commission meeting, we have an adult care facility. So that'll be an interesting one. I haven't seen one yet since I started working here.
On Paris Boulevard, I think they opened Pico Day, something, yeah.
And that's all I have to report for tonight.
Patricia, that was for April 2nd?
April 2nd,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And with that, unless our city attorney or our engineer had anything they wanted to add, I don't think so. He's gone, man. He's like, yeah. Well, remember, we've been gone for a whole month and it kind of stacked up a little bit. So otherwise, we wouldn't be. Okay. Planning, well, we got that. And now getting to the important thing, adjournment. For those that want to leave. Yeah. But thank you very much. Those watching, thank you for your patience. And we appreciate that. And we've got some events coming up. And say great things about our city staff. We're getting these parks going. The fixing one is going to take about a year to do the one around here. Oh, yeah. And they've got 13, 14, 15 items that are going to be in that park. Immense, including a skate park. So it's going to take a while, but they're going to get it done. So anyone can adjourn. We all agree. Just put a name down.